Okay, let's see. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So I'm trying to give Andy a chance to try and redirect. That's what we're doing here. To see if she can figure that out, because she wanted to try and see how that works. So I figured that I'd give her an opportunity to, well, give her a place to redirect to, and Andy would be the crafty witch, which is awesome. She's very awesome. I'll be hanging out with her and Katie from Greenland later today. Today is just, it's morning for me now. It's 8:52 a.m. and it's about, was it 10:30 p.m. my time? When we're gonna be hanging out together over at Katie's. But for now, I want to hang out with you. It's morning. I already had some coffee. So I don't, yeah, I'm not gonna have any more coffee. I already had coffee. I've been up since 6:30, I want to say. And, well, yeah, I got ducks. There we go. We'll see what Andy does, if things work the way she wants it to. And if not, then it is what it is. Yeah, she wanted to try, and she hadn't figured that out yet, since that's a fairly new feature. And I have no idea really what I want to be working on, so I'm just gonna get this one out by default. And maybe we'll figure something else out as we go. But I think the lava poncho is a fun thing to work on because it really looks pretty. So that's what I'm gonna do. The Real Devil. Very nice. Well, thank you very much. Good morning. How are you doing? Or is it evening for you? I am in Sweden. For me, it is morning. Very much morning. Let's see if I can untangle myself here. So this is a poncho. And it is lava inspired. I have a little thing for the volcanoes on Iceland. I do love the volcanoes on Iceland. And watching lava rivers is very mesmerizing. I do love to do that. So I do that very often, or at least when there's an active volcano. And currently there's no active volcano. I did have this project in mind for many months before I was able to start it. I got the yarn for birthday in February, but I didn't allow myself to start this project until the actual volcano erupted next time, which was April 1st. So I had to wait between February and April before I could start this project. And it's a color changing yarn, so it's I'm not doing anything with the colors. I just go with the flow, and it's turning out awesome. You're Italian, Swedish, Norwegian, and German, American, Indian, and English. But you are in Chicago. That is a mix. As far as I know, I'm pretty Swedish. I'm not 100% Swedish. There is some grandma, some great-great-grandma somewhere that was Russian. I know that much. Other than that, I haven't really found anything that I think is not Swedish. But I have never done one of those like ancestry DNA tests. Because I don't think they're gonna tell me much more than, well, yeah, nothing really, to be honest. I think they're gonna tell me I'm Scandinavian. So we can look at this. It's a squared poncho, which has like a square neck hole with 4 edges. So I could either have it pointing down in the front to have like one peak in the front and one peak in the back, and then have one of the peaks out over each shoulder, or I could have it more square, so it's more of you know, a square poncho. I don't know how to. Hello, Rafa Silva. You liked, and hi. Well, hello and welcome. Where are you from? We're talking about where we're from here a little bit. It's kind of funny to hear where people are from, because I am in Sweden, and most people don't think I'm from Sweden when they first come across me, because I don't sound Swedish, which I'm okay with. Yeah, it's kind of fun to hear what people say. Hello, Ruth. Good morning to you, or is it evening? So this is what I'm working on right this minute. This poncho. I have. Let's look at it. I have this much yarn left of one of the cakes. Can probably barely see that. Andy managed to join us. Yay, she managed the redirect, because I see that Andy just joined with all her friends, which is awesome. Really, really awesome. She made it work. So this is the yarn, or the leftover of the yarn. Hello, Moonrose. Welcome in. Still a little bit left of the colored bits, or like the multicolored bits, and then we have solid black and solid red in a bit. So the cakes are shrinking quite some. I have a feeling though that I might need to get some more of the solid colors, because I think that the poncho might be a little small when I finish, but we shall see. That's just a feeling I have that I might not have. Well, I have enough yarn to make a poncho, but I might want to make it bigger than what it is. It's 2:58 at Ruth's in America. Yeah, that's kind of what I expect this time of the day. It's 9 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday. I don't think there's that many people in Europe that is either awake, or if they're awake, I'm not sure they're spending their time hanging out in the YouTubes just yet. It's always awesome hanging out with Andy. I always kind of miss most of it because I'm sleeping. I usually just pop in the end of her streams to say good morning, mostly from bed. But today I was up earlier than that. So I was able to, well, hang out for a bit and also actually get ready to, well, hang out over here, which is not that common. It has happened a couple of times, but it's not something that happens that often. Thanks for the thumbs up, you guys. Oh, thank you, Ruth. That is very kind of you. So, fun fact. I know it's not something that everyone does, but I do, or I can do, and I have done for the recent streams. I actually have 2 live streams going at the same time, both on YouTube, one in horizontal and one in vertical, because I know some prefer one view type over the other. And I want to say everyone is currently over at the vertical one, but if you want to see this in horizontal, the option is there as well. And you get to see more of what is going on my bench, because the camera angle allows for that. So you do have that option. And in, you know, sometimes people are in both sides and chatting, so you might not see the other people I'm talking to because they're on the other side. But at the moment, as far as I can tell, the chatty people is on the vertical side, so you're not missing out on chat. Just, you know, a little FYI that you can pick and choose what type of view you prefer. The vertical is very kind of zoomed in, if that makes sense. and the horizontal leaves room for to show more. Yeah, you take the doggies out. That sounds like a good plan. And I'm assuming you're gonna go and try to take a nap now, or well, go to sleep. And I'll see you at Katie's, or are you gonna pop in to chat some before you go to bed after you've done taking care of your doggies? I'm I was live Sunday and I did ducks. That's why I was asking Andy about, the size of yarn that she used, or if she's using, different types of yarn. Because I made this one. This is like the same size type of yarn that Andy uses. But I also had some extra of like a jumbo yarn, so I made the same duck pattern in a big one for funsies. They turned out really cute. But I have fluff all over. Like, Andy, how can you cope with all the fluff? It's too fluffy all over the place. I don't do that many stuffies. Occasionally I do them. I did a jellyfish kind of recently, but most of the things I do is like blankets, ponchos, dresses, wearables, some other, small bits and bobs. But I don't do that many stuffies. From time to time I make some. When I were more regular and streamed every Sunday, I did a new friend of the week. So from, during the week I made a new friend for every Sunday. Ooh, a new subscriber, obsessed with horror. Thank you very much. Your posh doesn't fluff as much. Well, I guess it depends on what type of yarn is being used, and also that I'm kind of like not allergic to fluff, but every little bitty type of fluff I see, yeah, I might complain about it. And you might not, I don't know. I feel like I have some yarns that fluffs less, but it also like some different colors can fluff more or less than others. Do you have that issue too, that some colors are more fluffy than others? I don't know how that, like why that happens, but it's actually interesting that one yarn can be really good and then just another shade or another color of the same yarn can be like total crap. The pinks and reds fluff more for you? I want to say someone was complaining about a green at some point. But you definitely use more, so I totally get that you have a better, you figured out which yarns are more or less fluffy for you. It's only Mushfira? Hello, hello. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but it kind of felt right. I don't know. Hello, either way. Where are you from? Do you crochet? What are you doing? I am working on a poncho. My lava poncho. It kinda is supposed to look like lava streams. Or that's the inspiration of it. Where is it? I have this little cute mini volcano that I made. So I have this mountain which has a snow-covered peak, and then when it erupts, it turns into an erupting volcano, right? And that's kind of the thought I had. Let's just move it over here. So we have the white representing the snow-covered mountain, and the white goes down through grays to become darker grays, and then at some point ending up being black. And then we have the yellow lava trickling down, becoming more of orange, and then red before it cools off. So I'm kind of like simultaneously doing both of these to create this poncho, which it kind of is turning out really, really cool. And it is reversible. As you can tell here, you have like the lava going down on this edge, and on the back side it actually has the mountain being more of the edge. In the center here, where we have this like continuous lava flow going down, on the back side it does have a little bit of a different pattern. It's kind of squared, which is looking kind of cool, but it is reversible. There's no ends or stuff to worry about, or like an ugly behind side, which I think turned out really fun. So what's everyone's plan? I'm guessing most of you are maybe possibly gonna go to bed soon, whilst I'm sitting here like kind of waking up slowly. Not waking up. I've been up for 3 hours. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, it's turning out really good. It takes a lot of time though. The yarn I'm using is really thin cotton yarn, and I'm using a 3.25 millimeter crochet hook, which is kind of tiny. In some eyes, I know Andy is, yeah, working with the thicker yarns is using a bigger hook, and that works up fast. I've been working on this since April 1st, and it's really fun to see people coming in that has been, you know, popping in and out and is regulars here. They're loving the progress, to see how it's turning out, because it's kind of fun to have things that, you know, you see them grow and you get to be a part of the journey. But I have been doing plenty of other things as well. This is not the only thing I work on. I have a hexagon cardigan that I recently started. I've been working on that at the dentist, because I've been at the dentist quite some. I do have a recent short uploaded from when I was at the dentist, and it was my dentist that recorded it. So it's my dentist's point of view when I'm in the chair. I was there yesterday, and it was the same view for her. A bit different for me though, because it was my first ever root canal. So it was a little bit different. It took longer, and something that I'm not that comfortable with when it comes to crocheting at the dentist is that I don't really have any elbow support. So my shoulders get a bit tired. And since this took a lot longer time than my previous visits, my shoulders just got a bit tired, a bit faster, so I wasn't able to crochet as much as I did the previous visits. Or maybe I did crochet just the same amount of crochet part, but not, you know, the full time, because I took more breaks to rest my shoulders. So, you know, 10 out of 10, I do recommend crocheting, because it helped me breathe, relax, and just cope with the whole thing being at the dentist. But without armrests, it's not as comfortable. My shoulders did not like it. So I guess it's a 9 out of 10-ish. I definitely recommend bringing crochet if you know how to crochet and not look at where you're working on. I did start the project, you know, specifically for being able to crochet at the dentist, because I can only do certain things while not looking at my hands. And that would be, you know, just a hexagon cardigan in granny cluster stitches. So it's kind of easy enough. I have to peek when I get to like the end of the row, and you know, start the next row. You're gonna try to crochet next time you go to the dentist? Well, yes, you should, and let me know how that turns out. It will be fun to hear how that turns out for you. I want to to finish this, but at the same time, like, I don't want to finish and realize that I need to purchase more yarn for it. It's both like exciting and discouraging because I'm on a like, you know, shop my stash 2025. I'm not supposed to order yarn. I do have a few exceptions to the rule. Like if I get, birthday present, gift card, Christmas present, this is yarn money. Yes, I'm allowed to purchase yarn. If it's for a commissioned project, and I don't have the yarn needed, yes, then I need yarn for that. If I would purchase yarn as a gift for someone else, like a birthday present, that would be fine because it's not for me, and I would probably buy that person a gift either way. So just, if they like yarn, they like yarn. I can't do anything about that. Good morning, Manuela. How are you doing today? You don't crochet at the dentist, Moonrose? Have you ever tried? What was the other exceptions to the rules? Well, in this case, like, it's kind of borderline. Because if I feel like this is not big enough, I might want to add more yarn to it. But if I have a project that is, I'm almost finished, but I run out of yarn, then I might be allowing myself to order more yarn for that project. But would I consider this being finished when I run out of yarn? Possibly. If I want it bigger just for my own, aesthetics or something, it might just have to wait. It just totally depends. But I'm gonna do my best to try and shop my stash, because I have quite a good selection of yarn. I have enough to entertain myself for the whole year. And occasionally they're just, yarn is arriving in my house for no apparent reason. No, but like Rita has been destashing a little bit, so she has kindly destashed and that yarn ended up here. She could have sold it or done anything else with it, and she's like, no, you can have it. I'm not going to use it. Happy Meal happens from time to time. Not that often, but it does happen. So I should be fine. I'm not expecting any Happy Meal. I do, however, expect a bag, I'm assuming bag, of yarn as I won a giveaway a little while ago. But that yarn has to travel quite far. It's coming from the US. And I have no idea when that's going to be arriving. But whenever it does, I will be sure to share that with you guys. So that's, filling up my stash a little bit. It's going to be really fun to see what yarn it is, though. Good night, Andy. I'll see you later at Katie's. It's going to be fun. Plenty of fun. No, I'm not talking about Jessica's. I won a giveaway at Jaxie's for her. Was it? Well, she had a potiversary. I want to say 5 years, but I'm not sure if it was 5 years. And the yarn I won was a mystery bag of yarn from Juan, the yarn addict. So it's whatever he decides to pick and send. She's under British Columbia. Jaxie? Or who? I don't know where Juan's at, but either way, he's in the US. I know that much. And it's gonna take some time to get to me. I also, like, some people don't ship straight away. They can have set days when they go to the post office, like twice a month or something, depending on how often or how much they do giveaways and so on. So I am not expecting anything to pop down in my mailbox anytime soon. I know when I got a package from, well, I did get something from sent from Texas, and that took almost 4 weeks, I want to say, to arrive here. And I have no idea, you know, what type of shipping method was used. If it was just your whatever postal service. Um, it's been very different with the shipping times. I'm guessing also, if you're sending just like a letter, a little envelope compared to a box, they might be handled differently. So if it's just like a greeting card, which I've received at times as well, like just smaller things, they seem to be shipping faster than boxes or, bigger packages. It makes sense though. It is easier to just take a couple of letters in a, whatever mailman's bag compared to if it is a big box, they have to stack them and play Tetris to fit them on, well, I guess in some cases shipping containers, and other cases airplanes. I honestly don't know, like when I ordered my favorite yarn, when I ordered from Hobie, they're in Denmark, I'm in Sweden. I want to say that that yarn is actually loaded on just trucks, because that is with the DHL, and it happened so fast. So I want to say that those packages must be traveling on trucks to get to me, because sometimes it's like pretty much overnight when I've been really lucky. And I think it would take longer to get it like on a freight train or something. It doesn't really, yeah, it doesn't make sense to do that type of shipping because it's not that far. I'm curious, since Andy redirected, I wonder how many people are sleep lurking. Because that happens. That is a thing. For sure a thing here. People fall asleep. I've been told that I am keeping people company very often until they fall asleep. And it would totally make sense if that happens again. Now, like all Andy's sleep lurkers are still here. Because they just got redirected to hang out with me. All the way over in Sweden, which is awesome. Yeah. It's so much fun. We get to meet so many different people from different places. Oh, wait! Why is this not working properly? Hello, Tracy! How are you doing this morning? Why am I not seeing your messages in the chat? Which is silly. It's been working good so far with the whole thing. No, that's weird. Okay, so I keep it like this then. Yeah, okay. I do have, as I said, 2 streams going at the same time, one vertical and one horizontal, because people seem to be preferring differently, and YouTube also seems to be preferring to share them out differently, which is interesting in a way. But I definitely enjoy the fact that I can have one more like close up camera angle or camera view, and then one with a broader image. So if you want to just get a close up, you can go to the vertical one, and then if you want to see everything, you can be on the horizontal. I didn't turn my face cam on right now because I actually didn't really look in the mirror. I have no idea if it's appropriate or not to turn the face cam on. But I usually have that on the horizontal one in case you're curious to what I look like. You're good except it's 2:20 a.m. and you're awake. Is that because you haven't fallen asleep or because you have been waking up and can't fall back asleep? I'm happy to keep you company either way, you know? I'm happy I can entertain some night owls from time to time. It doesn't happen that often that I am this early, but well, today I'm this early and yeah, it's it's nice to be, all over the place. Very random. I totally also get that it's hard to know when I'm gonna be here or like expect me here because I'm here when no one expects me to be here. Randomly in the middle of the night for you guys, or well, in the middle of the night for me. It's just, yeah. Not having a set schedule makes it probably a bit difficult for everyone, to be honest. I just take the opportunity when I can. And every other week I can take more opportunities when I don't have any kids at home, when they're at their dad's. I need some water. But yeah, as I mentioned a little bit ago, I will be on Greenland Quilter Katie's live stream later today, my time, or well, it's pretty much, what is it? I want to say 13 hours from now. Yeah, about 13 hours from now. I'll be on panel with Katie, Andy, and I don't know how to pronounce her name. I want to say Chandra, which is a new face to me. I've never met her before, so that's going to be interesting. And we might make it into a regular thing, like a once a month panel thing. So that's going to be fun to see how that turns out. As you can tell, Greenland quilter, she does quilting and a lot of other things as well. It's kind of cool, she's in Greenland, I'm in Sweden, Andy's in the US, and wherever Chandra is from. It's just fun to have a mix of people from all over the world connecting like we can do on YouTube. But I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. Meeting new people. So, in that way, I might have a regular schedule, just not on my own channel. Once a month. Maybe I should at least try to do that for myself. I did try to do like every other Sunday again, before I did every Sunday, but I've been trying to do every other Sunday. And that has, it's been a little bit up and down on that. I need to figure something out. But I'm happy that I can just, take whatever time I can. And I'm happy that some people actually find me at this time of the day. Even if you're gonna fall asleep with me in your ear, it's perfectly fine. Are you crocheting now, Tracy, or are you just trying to rest? And Moonrose, if you're still here, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be sleeping at this time as well? I'm not saying go to bed. I'm just curious. You're thinking about going to bed? Well, that's a good thing, I guess. To at least have considered it once or twice or maybe even 3 times. Do you guys hear the little noise in the background? My computer is really not happy with me these days. It's making weird noises. It does that from time to time. That's why I keep saying that my computer is not happy and it's about to die, and yeah. I mentioned it from time to time, but sometimes it's noisy and sometimes it's not, and at the moment it's making noises. Just don't know if you guys can hear it. Yeah, it really doesn't sound happy. It worries me. Like, how long is it gonna take before it finally totally gives up? I have a color change. A little tiny, tiny knot. So what do we have now? Do I have 1 or 2 strands of orange? Yeah, I had 2 strands of orange and 2 strands of red, and now I'm going to 3 strands of red, 1 strand of orange. Next color change of the red yarn will be just solid red. It really feels like we're getting closer and closer, and I just want to crochet faster and faster to get this one finished. Because I want to wear it. It's going to be fun. When I can finally wear it, and hopefully it's going to keep me warm like summer nights. It's nice and thick, but it's not too thick since it's cotton. I want to say it's going to be good enough, just good enough. Not too much and not too little. Very disturbing noise. Oh well. As long as you can't hear it, it should be fine. I think. It just sounds very angry. I think it's a fan. Very angry fan. You think I should vacuum the back of the monitor to get rid of dust? Oh no, that's not the problem. That is definitely not the problem. I regularly clean out my whole computer. I take it totally apart and clean it from things. So that is, yeah, it's recently I did that last time. It's also not the monitor. I have a stationary and 2 screens. They get regular cleaning. It's a fan on my graphics card. It's just not working properly, and to replace the whole graphics card, which is probably what I'd have to do, it's not cheap, and currently it's not something in my budget, so I can't really do much about it. I just have to hope it doesn't totally give up on me before I can manage to save up to fix that. So that's kind of what, the little, my money from memberships and the occasional super chat. Um, I'm trying to save that up to get to that point, to just, improve my stream and be able to continue streaming. I figured that would be a good thing to, a new goal, instead of using the whatever little money YouTube actually brings to purchase yarn, because, Shop My Stash 2025. Improving the stream feels like it's a more important thing. I did upgrade to, more cameras, that type of equipment, but I really need to save up to sort out the whole computer situation. But I'm not seeing that happening overnight. Especially since I'm not the type of streamer that just, people are throwing money left, right, and center. So it's going to take me a bit to save up for that, but that's what I'm trying to save up for. Bigger streamers definitely get that like pretty much overnight, and I'm not that. But I know I'm not the person to sit here and like, give me donations for this, right, and that, or I'm going to do giveaways. You have to pay to participate. Like, that's just not me. I never expect people to do anything like that. I just, whoever really feels like they want to do that, thank you very much. And I want to make sure that it actually goes towards something that will make a difference. And in my case, improving my equipment so I can provide better content just feels like the thing to do. Because that's what you're here for, right? To hang out with me, and I want to be able to do that. I want to hang out with you. That's my thing. Hanging out, crocheting, having fun. Some conversations about very random things. But I hope you enjoy it. But maybe I should, set up a little goal thing. I know that there's goal counters I could set up somewhere on, in my stream. So you can get a little countdown to whatever. I need X amount to make sure that my computer doesn't die. And you get a countdown thingy for that. I don't know. I know people do that. Maybe I should. So you actually know what I would do. With donation and, all of that stuff. I've been thinking about giveaways quite a lot. I would love to do a giveaway at some point. It's just shipping and stuff is, yeah, and it's not in my budget, unfortunately. It is quite some bit left until I get to 1,500 members, but I need to do something to celebrate that. And I think that would be a time for actually doing a giveaway. So I need to save up for that as well. You agree? I you agree for me with I'm not sure how you mean that, but I'll take it. Let's see if I can just that usually happens or helps. Let's see. Does it? Oh, it didn't help. I have a few tricks to make the sound stop, but yeah, it definitely didn't want to help. Oh, the shipping cost? Yeah, sometimes it can be ridiculous. Then again, sometimes it doesn't feel as ridiculous. I have noticed that, oh, for sure it depends on what you're shipping, but it could be cheaper for me to ship some things um, abroad than it is for you guys to ship within your own country. Or at least that, for the US. Oh, you found your way over to the other side, Tracy? The other stream? Or the other view? My guess is that you might leave a thumb up on that side as well, which is very appreciated. It's mostly you night owls awake now, by the look of it. Perhaps we get some early birds waking up soon. Or at least like on the Europe side of things here. Still very early. What is it, like 8:39 in the UK? Yeah, I don't expect them to have woken up really yet. But let's click some buttons and share myself out, because I didn't do that. Which, yeah, everyone should know by now that I never remember how to. Or, well, I know how to, but I just don't remember to do it. Let's just see. There. And okay, like so. This is really bothering me, but it's fine. It's fine. My poor computer. One day I'll fix you. Maybe, possibly, hopefully. Do you prefer to see me work on like these larger projects that I have, just continuously working on them, compared to me making like a smaller thing that I could start and finish in the same stream, like when I did the ducks? It feels like I should, do more of a mix up of different things. It's just that I mostly work on these larger projects. And it's very satisfying with yarns that changes colors like this. Quack, 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 honk, quack. Yeah, did you see the ducks, Moonrose? I want to say you were here to see them, but I'm not sure. Because I did ducks the other day. I did small duck and big duck. I want to say you were here to see them. Oh, you saw some of the ducks. Yeah, that's what I thought. In a way, in one way, it kind of feels a bit soothing to just sit here, relax, and not say anything. Because, I'm just crocheting away. This is what I normally do when it's just me, myself, and I here. And with the chat not being very chatty, it just, I default to my default settings, which is me being quiet at home, sitting crocheting. But I always feel a bit like I have the expectation of myself that I should be chatting when I do live streams. And I think that is one thing that makes me maybe not stream as much as I could. As I said, these days when I don't have the kids at home, I definitely could stream more. I just don't want you guys to think I'm boring. And sitting here just working on the same project day after day in silence makes not as much sense as me popping in ever so often and actually be chatty and maybe alternate between projects. I have too many high expectations of myself. Maybe I need to practice of let my expectations of myself down a little bit. And if you feel like chatting, you will chat to make me chat, right? Give me some topics, if that makes sense. Because sometimes I just totally draw blank. And I think I need to allow myself to do that. So what projects do I currently have to work on? I need to remind myself so that I may be able to finish something at some point. Well, this one's going to be finished fairly soon since I keep working on it. But I have the hexagon cardigan that I was working on at the dentist. I did start the second panel for that. So both sides. So that one should be able to finish kind of soon. I still have a couple of dentist appointments to go. And then, what else do I have? The big blanket of three different yarn shades. I have sunflower. I have a dress. I have Godzilla. I need to make 2 turtles. Possibly 3. I have plenty of things I should be working on. This is not one I should prioritize. I just want to do it for my own satisfaction. That is very satisfying. Well, there's more people watching than I totally expected. Uh, who's out there? Who is hanging out in my scrap basket? I hope you're comfy, lurking good, maybe tucked down, letting me lullaby you to sleep, even though I don't sing lullabies, but talk you to sleep, possibly. Or did you get your morning coffee and is just awaiting to wake up enough to feel like you're waking up enough to talk? Because some people definitely don't talk before they get coffee, or like really grumpy before coffee. Which is, totally understandable. I do prefer myself after coffee, but I don't drink coffee every day. Sometimes it just can't be bothered making coffee. I'm very sociable, like socially drinking coffee. But yeah, I do make morning coffee most days. Just not every day. Because sometimes I'm just too lazy to go into the kitchen and make myself coffee. I don't have any fancy like capsule coffee makers. I have a proper coffee machine with, I have to scoop in my coffee and put the filter in and get the water. And it sometimes just takes some time that I'm not prepared to give that morning. I think I drink more coffee when it's just me at home. When I have to go get Mini-Me to daycare, I don't have time to drink any coffee before we leave because it's always stressful in the morning anyway because she never wants to listen to get dressed or, prepare, eat her breakfast. And when I finally get back home after leaving her, um, I had about an hour walk in total. It's half an hour to go there and, well, 25 minutes to go back home, since I can walk so much faster without her because she wants to, look at the everything, touch grass, pick up sticks, rocks, look at insects on the ground, pet a snail, all of that. So it just takes a longer time to walk with a 5-year-old than when it's just, me on the way back home. But at that time, I'm usually, awake enough to not feel like I'm in the mood for coffee. Not as much as when I'm home alone. But then again, when I'm home alone, I can very often just spend an hour or two in bed before I actually get out of bed, scrolling through things. My morning hellos to late night live streamers. Yeah, I'm usually a bit lazy. But I can do that when it's just me. I'm allowed to. Take it easy, relax, and enjoy myself. Are you a coffee or a tea drinker? What's your thing? It looks like the weather is going to be really nice today. I have a feeling this is going to be a good day to hang out for a little bit on the balcony. It's still too early for that to even be a possibility, on my balcony. At least if I want to be, hanging out and getting myself warm in the sun. Because there's a few trees in the way. So probably another 2 hours before the sun has moved itself far enough so that the trees are not shading my balcony. And then I'll be hanging out there today. That's what I feel like is in my plan. Because I'll be, on the stream with Katie and Andy and Shonda later today. Well, this evening, right? So I'm not gonna be streaming all day, and get myself all tired, lose my voice, or whatever. And I'll eventually have to eat something as well. So in between now and then, yeah, I'll be doing other things as well. Even though I barely started this one, so I can spend a couple of more hours here. And keep people company as they wake up, possibly. Unless my computer dies on me, which I really hope doesn't. I'm gonna do some quick fixes to it later, I think. See if I can get it to behave slightly better. Who's all here? Like, I get it, there's a bunch of sleep lurkers, but there's way more people here than I expected. Hello, hello, whoever you are, wherever you are. I'm happy that you're here, because you brighten my day. Just knowing that there's someone here to keep me company. Moonrose is here. So what are you doing? Instead of sleeping, are you crocheting or something? It's always kind of fun to hear what you guys are doing while you're hanging out here with me. I feel more and more people are using me as like body doubling. You get some cleaning done, keep me as company in your ears. There's cleaning, there's cooking, there's yard work. Some people just use me as a, fall asleep to conversation company or something. Maybe I need to start using the hashtags of like body doubling and whatnot. Maybe more people would find me. You're playing a game on your fiance's phone? Is it one of them cute little like just phone games? I have a couple of phone games that keeps me company from time to time. I try to not, because sometimes you just get stuck for hours. And then all of a sudden, like half the day is gone and you didn't do anything productive at all. Which feels kind of not good. Grocery shopping mobile game? Okay, so how am I supposed to do this now? I always mess up when I change rows, but at this point the black yarn needs to be in front for the next row. So leaving the black in front as I close up this row to make the last few stitches here in the red, preparing that one for next time I get back to the red side, like so. And then pick up the black, but I need to leave the red in front. This is always tricky. I've messed up a couple of times here with my row changes, and I prefer not to. Oh, you're at the grocery store? Red in front, black behind. Good morning, David. How are you doing? Did you have a good night's sleep? I was early today. Because Andy was she was live when I woke up this morning, and we've been talking about like how you redirect the people in your stream watching, and she had tried to figure that out. So I figured, well, let's go live, and she has somewhere to redirect to, and she could try it to see if she figured it out, and she did. So that was nice. And then I'm just gonna be hanging out here for, I don't know, until I get bored. Not a lot of people awake this time of day, so I'm just crocheting, relaxing, and maybe not so talky this morning. It's hard to keep a conversation going when no one's talking back. But this is more of me just sitting here crocheting as I normally do. Maybe, you get more of a view of how things are. Because I usually don't talk to myself. When it's just me, myself, and I here, I'm sitting here quietly just crocheting. Usually watching something or like audiobook or something in my ears. I do have some music in my ears, and I'm just talking to myself. You're ready to go shopping, waiting for her ladyship to come. What are you shopping? Early morning grocery shopping? When no people is at the store, so you don't have to elbow your way through the crowds. It's kind of nice to go shopping when no one else is at the store. So much calmer to do that. Yeah, it's 9 a.m. for you. It's 10 a.m. for me. Stores should just be opening, I'm guessing. Or do you have stores that's open like 24/7 like in the US? It's crazy that that's kind of a normal in some places of the world. Just like when we were talking about the other day with Spoon and her postal service, and getting next day shipping of furnitures on a Sunday. That just amazed me. Here, we're lucky if stores are open on Sundays. Not all the stores are. And on Saturdays, like their store closing around, I want to say like 2, 3 p.m. On Saturdays they close. Oh, yeah, not the grocery stores. They're usually open until 9, 10 p.m.-ish. Um, that's like a more normal time for stores here. I want to say that some of the grocery stores open as early as 7 here. But, other stores, clothing stores, toy store, liquor store, that all like opens at 10. There's no point in having things opening earlier. There's the around the clock gas stations sprinkled out. We have one in the town I'm in. So there's only one place to go for 24/7 service here. I don't even think McDonald's is open 24/7. I want to say that they close for a few hours in the middle of the night between is it between 3 and 5 a.m. There will be people in the store for cleaning the whole place through, but they're not servicing people. But yeah, I have one McDonald's with fairly decent opening hours compared to everything else, and that one 24/7 open gas station, and they're like next to each other on the other side of town. So nothing close to me. The closest gas station I have They close at 11, and then I want to say that they probably open around 6 in the morning though. Oh, and my root canal yesterday went good. I wasn't like I had never done a root canal before, so there was things I wasn't prepared for, but I was, everyone's like, "Oh, root canals are so bad. They're so bad." Yeah, the worst part of it, it was like a smell and a taste. Um, but the whole rest of it wasn't as bad or too bad, not compared to like a regular dentist appointment. She actually used less numbing on me for this than she's done for some of my other appointments recently. Um, so I don't really like, yeah, it takes longer. There was a few things with it that wasn't that pleasant, but it wasn't the worst experience I've ever had. So you guys have hyped me up and scared me to be like, oh, root canals are the worst. Not really. It's like the other stuff. I was crocheting. My dentist enjoyed it as usual, and one of her colleagues came in to ask her a question. And I don't know what colleague it was, but I've seen most of the people down at that, um, well, the other colleagues at my dentist, and they see me crochet in the waiting room. I've had comments about that it looks so calm when I sit there and crochet in the waiting area. But she was not prepared for the view that met her when she came in to ask a question. Because she asked her question and then she's like, I've never seen anything like this. This is amazing. She thought it was really cool. And my dentist laughed about it. You have a nice day, David. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have some good shopping. Oh, you're gonna go for a trip next weekend? To see your girls and your grandchildren. Oh, that is exciting. So, packing plenty of clothes and yarn. How long are you gonna be gone? And is it a like long trip? Is it a road trip and you're gonna crochet in the car or something? Or on a plane? Or like how far is the distance? You probably need some good travelable projects for that, right? You need some hooks, some yarn, and something like a project that you know you can do on the go. Working on a big blanket is not something you do for like big travels. You can make a bunch of squares though, and then you attach them together at a later point, because those travel good. It's a 7-hour trip in the car, and I hope you're not the one driving so you can crochet for those 7 hours. I'm guessing you're gonna take a break or two along the road and just stretch your legs, but 7 hours is doable in a day, right? So you don't have to stop and sleep somewhere on the way. I'm excited for you. You're driving. You're taking crochet with you though. Is it time for bed soon, Moonrose? 2:10 a.m. You're gonna be there for 3 days, and your son is staying the whole week. So your son is gonna stay there as well? Very exciting though. A little family get together. I feel slightly like sore or bruised in my mouth, but it's not bad at all. It's just like the other times with I just feel like it's kind of bruised where she's used the syringe for the numbing. My teeth feel fine. Not sure what I expected though. She's bringing him home. Nice. Is it a special occasion for the get together, like someone's birthday, or is it more of a we haven't seen each other for a while, let's get together? Or like a holiday? We have, well, you'd probably call it a bank holiday or whatever. Just everything is closed. But it's considered a Sunday here on Thursday. So Thursday everything is just closed and people are off work. You slept earlier. So you're going to be up for some time now? 3:12. That is early. Just a summer visit. You haven't seen them in a year and a half. Well, I bet that you're excited to go see them now then. That really sounds like it would be fun. I'm happy for you that you get to visit family and you haven't seen them in a while. 7 hours, yeah, that's a bit of a distance. It's not something you just travel every day. Oh, slightly tangly. Also going to see two of your friends that's like your sisters. Your adopted sisters. You adopted them to be your sisters. I have, my best friend is like that. She's my big kid's godmother, and she's the sister I never had, kind of thing. We've known each other since we were kids. And my kids call her Auntie. I don't have any like biological sister, but my dad's girlfriend since many, many years. They've been together for over 20 years. She has 3 daughters. And yeah, so they're my like bonus sisters or stepsisters or whatever you call it. But yeah, we've never really been close. We meet at, family gatherings for birthdays and whatnot, but we don't really stay in touch in between. It's kind of sad though. But it's kind of hard. They are three sisters and they are tight, and then here I am out on the outside, kind of not being. Um, well, they had each other. They didn't need another sister, or that's the feeling I've been getting over the years. We've been arguing quite some. There's been some hefty conversations, and yeah. So I have my chosen sister instead, and another color change. Yay! So down to 1 gray and 3 black. We're getting there. Closer and closer to finishing. So it's gonna be a while till the next color change now. You have two half sisters. You're not close? Yeah. Like I have two half brothers. One I never talked to be honest. Like that's I'm kind of sad about that because I wish things had been differently. Um but the situation is a bit odd on that. I didn't know he existed until I want to say like 10-ish, 9, 10, maybe more. But around that time, I found out that I had a brother. And he's just a year and a half younger than I am. So there was a lot of, my dad never wanted to take responsibility because he feels like he got tricked. Um, my brother's mom apparently said that she was on birth control, and as a result, I have a brother that my dad don't want. So it's a very tricky situation. Maybe a bit more detailed than you need to know, but it's just that's the case. It's my life. And I've never really had any contact with that brother. There has been a few years at a time where, I've talked to him more. Um, but it's always been a kind of a chilly relationship. Because I guess my dad picked me and not him, or I don't know. We haven't really talked about it. Um, but things were different. It's been very different. So I don't talk to him. And my other brother, we talk from time to time. Unfortunately, there's other circumstances there. He got long COVID, just being very tired and not having energy to meet up and talk, and he still hasn't recovered yet, which makes things more difficult. So that relationship is, kinda not as talky either. Remind me to take a picture of my bookshelf in the office later. And here's my picture of my glasses and the project of the coffee table. Yeah, you can send that later. I'll try to remember to remind you. But I take that as a you going to bed, and I'll talk to you later, Moonrose. Awesome to have you here. You know that feeling? You have 5 half brothers on your dad's side. You only talk or know one of them that you grew up with. Yeah, like the brother that's been long term ill. Uh, we grew up together. My stepdad is his dad, and my stepdad is, even though he and my mom are not married anymore, I still have a pretty much daily contact with him. So yeah, that brother, we've always been, we grew up together. Um, but since he got sick, it's just harder to keep in contact because he hasn't had the energy to do that. He is feeling better though, so there's a light at the end of the tunnel. It feels like things are improving. Yeah, look at later. I'll do that. See how the red and the black together is so much more interesting to look at compared to like these lighter colors. Even though you do see that there's something going on, but the contrast is just getting better and better, and this is really poppin'. Really enjoy the look of this. Night night. Hugs. Sweet dreams. Go tuck yourself in and snore away. I love how she does that. Gone. And then she's gone. Some people have their like own fun quirks. I'm working on the poncho, my lava poncho. So it's supposed to, well, it's inspired by lava rivers flowing down a mountainside. Like an ancient volcano waking up again, because they're usually, it takes some time before a volcano calms down or cools down to the point where they get snow covered. And this is kind of a snow covered peak with lava running down the sides. Or before I go, you should try with the cookie yarn. What should I try with the cookie yarn? I'm working on the hexagon cardigan with the cookie yarn. I have two sides of that working on. This is cookie yarn in a different colorway. It's a very pastel-y colorway. It's very fun colors. And the orange in this is so really, really bright neon, but it doesn't look bright neon because the other colors are toning it down. But these are like really, really neon-y pops. And the blue is also very bright. But it doesn't look as bright. So I do things with my cookie yarn. I have made blankets in cookie too. I like cookie. But seeing the sun peeking through my curtains, it really gives me hope of being able to sit on the balcony today and enjoy the sun. It's been raining for a few days now. It's just, I really want some sun now. It's been cold long enough. I want summer now. It's, end of May. We're almost in June. We need warmth. We need sun. That's what I need now. Wonder if Moonrose was referring to that I should try and make a poncho in this style with the cookie yarn. I think that's going to be too busy. This pattern is kind of busy, and cookie is a yarn that does have a variegated color change as it is. I guess I'd have to find a matching solid for that to kind of maybe work, but it would be way too busy to have two cookies together, I think. Or like a less patterny pattern, since this has, well, this has a pattern. Cookie kind of works better off when it's not like as messy, I think. I don't remember. Yeah, I've done, what blanket was that? Was it a doodad or a whatchamacallit? I want to say it was a doodad in two shades of cookie. A greenish color called limelight, and then a pink called fuchsia. Those really looked great together. But that was it was a pattern that is slightly busy because it's an intricate pattern, but not like a mosaic style. I have done or started a mosaic blanket with cookie, but that's a different type of mosaic, which is less busy, or yeah, it's more of a, it's a different one. It's an overlay. That one works good with cookie. Yeah, just less busy patterns. It does work. And cookie is a really soft acrylic yarn. But I do like my thin cotton yarns. It just takes forever to work them up. Small crochet hook, a lot of yardage. I want to say that I have well, I have 800 meters times 2, so that's 1600 meters. That's probably like 17 something hundred yards. And 3.25 millimeter crochet hook. Yeah, blue with the gray. And that's some of the colors I've had for the mosaic blanket. I have the gray and white, and then I have the blue, the blueberry blue. I want to say it's called blueberry. And then I also have some chlorophyll, which is like a greenish brown color in that one as well. But that blanket, I think I will never finish. I'm just consider that part a swatch. And then, I don't know. I don't think I'll finish it because it's turning out way smaller than I wanted. I should have just double checked it and started it bigger, which I didn't. So therefore, that one's just not happening. If you give me a sec, Moonrose, I can get it down. It's in a box. I can show you what that looks like. I just need to try and get the box down without hurting myself, which there's no security on that. I'm gonna try. There's just a bunch of boxes on top of the box that I need, so let's see. Can I get them all down at once? Yes, I could. Can I not have them tip over? I could do that as well. I'll put the other boxes back up where they were. And open this box. I want to say that I might have used a little bit of... No, not yet. So that's what I have in the cookie. I have the white and gray, and then I have this darker blue, and then I have used this green and brown so far to make the little swatch that I just threw down on the table for you. And folding it out a little bit, it looks like this on one side. So this is a different type of mosaic. This is an overlay mosaic. So there's a little bit of the green and brown. You can see that in some of these little holy bits. We have this more solid blue, and then I've used the green on this. It's supposed to look like mountains, and I think that this is the water line, kind of. So it's, you know, the mountains reflecting into the water line. I could have done a different shade so that it would look more like water and the mountains. And on the back side you do see, you know, the green, the blue. So this is not a reversible type of, you know, the overlay. Not the same way as the interlocking that I'm doing now, because this is also a mosaic style, but you get kind of a mirrored-ish look on that, and you do see these like peaks or like diamond shapes in here. So they are here as well. It's just a little bit different. But I have no idea. Like, this is how far I've gotten. I don't know if I'm gonna ever continue to make this. We shall see. It exists. And I do have that as to show that I have done, you know, the other type of mosaic as well, I guess. But the colors do look good together. So I do agree to that. And that you get a more of a solid look with overlay, with multiple stitches in a row, making the solid look. Where this is more of a very lacy, kind of like two filet crochet projects worked at once, interlocking each other. That pattern I was just showing you, the mosaic that is made by Tina, the Icelandic mosaic queen. Well, that's not her channel name or anything, but she is the queen of mosaic crochets from Iceland. I want to say that I'm going to butcher her name, but it's Tina Thorvaldur something. She does have a YouTube channel, and she is currently doing a crochet along for the Havana blanket that she has made, and I have done the mosaic. Well, I made the Havana in the past when she had that as a crochet along, but I was late to the train on that one. But she has now done, you know, it's the second Havana crochet along. It's no new pattern or anything. She just added video tutorial to it. So now you can follow along as a video tutorial instead. I have done a queen, which is also her pattern. And I've done a couple of like small purses with her patterns or pattern ideas. She has a couple of tutorials, which is a lot of fun. She has like mosaic crochet mittens and hats as well. And a cardigan. I've done one of her cardigans. Terrazzo? Terrazzo? I don't know exactly how to pronounce that, but I've done that one as a baby cardigan. So if you are new to mosaics and want to learn, that is definitely the place to go. She is a great teacher for mosaic crochet. She's doing really great video tutorials, and they're easy to follow along too. She's just a very fun person overall. Very cheerful, happy, laughing, and yeah. I wish she would do more content, but she basically does her tutorials, and now and then she can do like announcement videos and popping, you know, some champagne to cheers for whatever achievement it could be. It could be like her birthday, it could be just, you know, a few fun random release videos from time to time. They're awesome. You'll show me your Christmas winter top later if you remember. That sounds fun. Christmas winter top. It's all cookie. Ooh, nice. So I have done a hexagon cardigan in cookie for myself, and I made a hexagon cardigan for Mini-Me in cookie. Cookie is a great yarn. And plenty of fun color combinations as well. But Limelight is my favorite color combination, with the greens and the purples and some blue. Wait, don't I have one close by? I want to say it's close by. Where is there's the Limelight. This one. This is my favorite color. Because there's all these fun like greenish colors, and there's some pops of blue, some purple, a slight yellowish green, but there's also like more of a neon green. Like there's just plenty of stunning colors in this. I love this. It really speaks to me. But some of the other colorways has grown on me. Yeah. And then there's a few that I just, yeah, not my thing. I've never had the one, I want to say that you have it, Moonrose, the one that's like a reddish maroon almost color with white. That one has never ended up here because that's not one of my colors that I like. You don't have the color that I showed? Yeah, and you have a color that I don't have. It's like a almost rusty red-ish color with white. There's one colorway that I have used it once and I really liked it, and I don't know why I haven't gotten more of it, but that one has just not come across. I don't think when I have had cookie in my local grocery store, which is a place where I can get cookie, since Järbo that makes cookie is a Swedish brand, but they're sold through Hobby. But I want to say that the color has just not been in stock in my store. And I haven't purchased cookie through Hobby in a long time. Since I get them at the store, and you know, if I'm lucky, I get them much cheaper, to be honest. I guess, well, Hobby needs to make a little bit money of it too, and all of that fun stuff. So I can get them slightly cheaper at my grocery store when they're on sale there. It's just, yeah, that specific color hasn't been there, which is sad. But at one point or another, hopefully it will be there, so I can get that one. But I don't remember what color it is, like what it's named or anything. Oh, sorry. It just hasn't been available to me, so I haven't thought about it. I have a chocolate here. Why do I have a chocolate here? Oh, right. I went for dinner with my mom for Mother's Day, and she didn't want the chocolate with her that came with her coffee. Lucky me, I got a chocolate randomly on my desk. Were you not supposed to try and sleep, Moonrose? I'm sorry, it feels like I'm trying to keep you awake here. Because I totally get that you guys need to sleep. Just because I'm not sleeping doesn't mean that everyone else can be awake, right? You don't know if I have Biddy yarn? Is that a yarn brand or a name of a yarn? Because I've never heard of that. Which would mean the answer to your question is no. You're currently making a blanket out of Caro... Oh, that's Karen Soft or Karen Colorama Halo. Yeah, Karen Simply Soft. I'm guessing that's a name of an actual yarn. But Karen... It's a Karen cake. Colorama Halo. That sounds fluffy, because Halo makes me think it's a fluffy yarn. Does it have any fun colors? What colors? Colorama. It's giving me multiple colors, or at least like a variegation. Colorama. It sounds bright and cheerful with multiple colors. or like at least a very, maybe not necessarily intense, but rich colors or good color saturation, perhaps. One for your granddaughters, and then maybe three more for your other three grandchildren. So, is that something you feel like you need to whip up before you go on the trip? Pink ombre fuzzy yarn. So, yeah, I was kind of right in my guess. Those yarn names, though, they are very, describing. Not all yarns have very descriptive names. But that one does kind of hint at what it might be like. Oh, for Christmas. So then you don't have to rush it. Take your time. Finding a link for that bitty yarn. Thank you. I'll look at that later. No, wait, now I messed up. That's not where I was supposed to put that stitch. It ended up behind here where it should have been on front, so. Pay attention if it should be in front of or behind to make the pattern what the intention is with the pattern, right? Give it the intended look. To make this like zigzaggy wave shape down the mountainside. Even though this is way more like, oh, I can't say perfect, but it's just a very symmetrical look, and lava does not flow symmetrically. It really flows to create branches, like tree branches or root systems, all over the place. Really branches out. And this does not, so it's a big difference. It's just inspired by lava, but it's not to really look like lava. Making a pattern like that would have been either making things very, very, very random, with the risk of it looking not good, or just very thought through, taking ages to figure out how to make it look decent. And then I would have been too discouraged to probably start the project because I would have overdone it. And just making it like this has been easy enough and is looking awesome. But the rows are getting longer and longer. I am increasing on every corner, so there's more and more stitches every row, and therefore they just take longer to get a whole row around. Even though it actually feels like it wasn't that long ago I switched color, but we have made it a full circle because I see the stitch marker dangling, holding on to the other color here. We are back at the beginning again. Thank you, Moonrose. I'll look in a bit. But you should probably perhaps try and arrest some now. Like, I totally give you the... You know, you can always blame me for keeping you awake, but I'd rather you not stay awake for too long, even though you can blame me for not being able to go to bed because I kept talking to you. But at some point or another, you probably should sleep. But yeah, you can for sure blame me for hanging out. You are in bed now? Oh, that's good. Do you usually listen to something when you fall asleep? Because some people do that. Switched to the red now. And I want to say it wasn't that long ago we got a color change on the red side. So I'm not expecting a color change for any time on this row. It's usually a couple of rows with every color before we get a color change, so shouldn't be one on this row. I've been trying to figure out what fun stuff I can do this summer. And I haven't really figured out any vacation plans or anything like, not that I really have any vacation, but I don't have any really, planned plans for the summer. Do you usually plan things for the summer? We have, midsummer celebrations is a thing here, as well as kind of a traditional thing. A lot of people are, have their vacation about the same 4 weeks in the summer in Sweden. We call it the industrisemestern. It's like all the big industries pretty much close down for 4 weeks, which means a lot of people have time off at that point. Um, so that's, a lot of Swedes do things often the same 4 weeks. Then again, we do have a bit of a different thing compared to a lot of other countries with vacations. We do have 4 weeks of 5 weeks of paid vacation every year, but 4 of them you're allowed to take consecutively. So if you're like telling your boss, I want 4 weeks consecutively, there's like, yep, okay, that's what you get. You're yawning now? Yawning or yarning or both? Do you crochet in bed? Some people do that. I don't crochet in bed. That's one of the places where there's no yarn. There's no yarn in my bed. I crochet on the couch. I crochet here at my desk. I crochet in the kitchen. I crochet on the balcony. When I'm out walking, on the bus, at the doctor's office or like doctor's waiting area and in the dentist chair. I crochet in a lot of places, but not in bed. And I usually don't crochet, sitting bedside, tucking kids in and such. That's also like crochet no-go zone. When it's tucking in bed, reading stories and whatnot, there's no need to have yarn in my hands. Kids needs focus. I also don't mix crochet and food. So, not while cooking or eating. Risky business. Spilling food on yarn, no thank you. I have spilled stuff. Mostly like drinks. It happens if I'm not careful. Then again, I have trashed a couple of keyboards that way as well. So many keyboards that has been showered with different type of drinks, or like beverages. Coca-Cola has probably been the #1 culprit of destroying keyboards for me over the years. Are we up to 3 yawns now? Sounds like you should be just trying to sleep. A good time for that. And a fourth one? Just give up, alright. Let the dreams take you. Oh, I'm sorry. Shaking the camera is not what I'm supposed to do, but drinks are also required. Or, well, water. Six? Oh, come on now. Sleep already. Now you're just being silly. Never. Well, you're the one saying that you should sleep and that you were leaving and that you're in bed. I didn't. You did. You could just continue crocheting if you'd rather want to. But apparently they say sleeping is required from time to time. And I do agree that from time to time it is needed. Not always, though. But it is better for you to sleep. Seven. Crocheting in the dark. Can you do that? I'm just, I'm crocheting at the dentist. That is me with my eyes closed. So, knowing how to crochet at the dentist not looking, or when I'm walking and not looking, I probably could crochet in the dark in bed as well. But also, as I mentioned earlier, I figured that out at the dentist. Laying down without having any support for my elbows made my shoulders really tired. And I would assume that's what would happen in bed if I crocheted there, unless I had one of them like huge body pillows that could be supporting my elbows enough for my shoulders to not get tired. I just don't think it would be a good idea to crochet in the dark. Or, well, in bed. Just gonna trim off a little bit of that color change. I don't know where the little yarn bits went, but there was a little bit of a tassel from the color change. That little tiny knot that didn't need to be there. $11. You're gonna keep yourself awake by just counting yawns. See, now you're gone. Yes, you sleep. Good night. Silly. I did get a bit frustrated. I got one of these like smartwatches for my phone, or well, it's a smartwatch. Um, but it keeps counting when I'm crocheting. So trying to see how many steps I take is kind of very not working as good when I'm crocheting. I did remove it just because it needed to charge battery today. So I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to remove it when I sit here and crochet because it's just giving me steps that I didn't earn. Like the days when I do actually walk a lot, yeah, then it makes sense. But that it actually counts my steps or my crocheting as steps is very silly. So I don't need that. Well, Moon, you said you were gone, and now you're counting 13. You silly. I don't blame you though. If you can't sleep, you can't sleep. I know the feeling. Sometimes it's just like hard to put down the keyboard and step out of the monitor and do adulting stuff or whatever is needed. And in your case, apparently sleep is needed and you don't want to, which is fine. Perfectly fine. It's understandable. Try to avoid tangly messes. Usually though, like these color changes in between where there's still different colors are slightly shorter than the beginning and the end. The solid, white and black or yellow and red that is on these cakes in particular that I'm working on, the solid part tends to be longer than the begin or like the in between color changes. Pranitha, I hope I didn't butcher your name there, but hello, hello, and welcome in. Are you a crocheter? What are you doing? I don't know why, but that name gives me vibes that you might possibly be from India. Am I correct on that? It kind of makes... Maybe it's the spelling. It would be cool if that's the case. People from all over the world find this little Swede in the cold northern parts of Europe, all through the magic of internet. Oh, there's the other color change that I didn't trim a little bit. Let's do that too. Just trim off this little, there was, a little knot at the color change. Just a teeny tiny little bit of fuzz being removed. And now I'm all tangled up here. But not in the yarn, in my cords. Just because I was moving out and about here earlier and fixing things or like showing some stuff off, I had to reach for them. Moonrose is up to 17, but she stopped counting it out in the chat. Now she's messaging me saying 17. So she's still yawning and not sleeping. Silly. Whatever works, works. And I have a slightly sleepy leg. That also happens. It's a me thing. My legs fall asleep. Tingly feet. My hands also really easily fall asleep. Not as much when I'm crocheting, but yeah. I guess that's just a me thing. It's kind of always been like that. It's just easy for my extremities, limbs. I don't know. The words are not always wording with me. hope everyone had a good day, or having a good day, or will have a good day, whatever, fits into your current time. 11 o'clock in the morning for me, so I hope my day will be good going forward. I am a little bit, not worried, but my plans of hanging out in the sun is looking a bit, I'm not sure it's 100% on that. Because there feels like there's clouds. I can only see so much out from my window, but the sun is coming and going, so it is cloudy in some ways. And my phone is telling me that it's going to be sunny and cloudy today. Is there any risk of rain? No, sunny and cloudy. Cloudy and rain this evening. Okay, so yeah, it's not going to be the greatest day, but hopefully I'll get at least a little bit of time. An hour or so would be great. Warm weather is definitely what is needed now. It has been raining so much, so it feels like when the sun is finally out now, everything's going to be just going crazy. There's still trees that hasn't fully, they're getting leaves, but they haven't fully opened up yet. And there's a few trees that still is just, yeah, the leaves are just buds. Everything is just really, really light, luscious green. And when the sun finally, comes and we're going to get some warmth, everything's just going to be exploding and there's going to be pollen all over. Because, yeah, that's where we're at now. Just waiting for the pollen explosion or the next one. I guess that's a good thing with the rain, though. It kind of showers it off and makes it less pollen intensive, but of course it's always going to be a little bit worse afterwards. It's good for a bit and then it's worse later on. I didn't used to have issues with pollen, but the last few years I feel like I've been reacting a little bit to high amounts. Then again, for no reason really, I did realize that I have sensitivity issues with animal fibers. Not the, regular I'm allergic to cat or dog type of thing, but the yarn fibers I'm working with. So I can't do sheep wool that much. Like superwash merino, I think is the one that's been the kindest to me. I can do it, from time to time in smaller quantities or, not for extended periods. Alpaca is something I really cannot work with, unfortunately. I will start itching and sneezing just by, opening a bag of alpaca yarn, not touching it or anything. So I don't even have to be, close contact, which other fibers, I have to touch them to feel like I get the itch. Oh, hello, hello. I do not know how to pronounce your name. I want to say that it's Cyrillic letters, maybe, and I do not speak in a language that could even try to pronounce those letters. But thank you for being here. Welcome in. Where are you from? And what time is it where you are? It is currently 11:13 a.m. in Sweden, where I'm at. Just working away on my lava-inspired poncho. I just want to thank you for just hanging out here, stopping by, leaving a like. I really appreciate that you took the time to just, stop by. Would be even more awesome if you just stopping by, leaving a like, but also saying hi. Because I do see that there's people coming and going. I'm not scary. I don't bite. And David Markey is back home. Welcome back home. Did your little shopping trip go good? Did you get a lot of things that you needed? It kind of feels like it's the other way around from what it normally is. I do have 2 live streams going at the same time, one horizontal and one vertical. And usually it's the horizontal one that has the more chatty chat. And today it's been the vertical one. It kind of makes sense though, that the vertical works better if you're like on the phone in bed trying to relax and go to bed. That format probably works a bit better. But the option is there for both a vertical or horizontal view, whatever floats your boat. Most of the things you need and a lot of things you don't. Did you get candy that you shouldn't have gotten? Or something? Because that's usually a thing. You get candy because you go to the store when you're hungry and you get stuff that you didn't really need. I feel like that happens more times than not for me. Going to the store hungry is dangerous. You get a lot of things that you really didn't need. You know what? I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna go and get something to snack on and maybe dehydrate. So I'll be right back. And I know on the vertical it's probably gonna look a little bit weird with my little be right back sign. I haven't figured that one out yet. Maybe I should just take a minute to fix that while I'm, turning it on here. So I'll be right back. And I'm back. Hello, Gail Christman. Hello, hello. Is it good morning or good evening for you? Welcome in. Nice to see you. So I did actually. I can do this. Let's do that. So I did pass a mirror. I dare to show my face on the horizontal version of the stream. I do have a horizontal and a vertical stream going today. And yeah, if you prefer the one over the other, you can always pick and choose. On the vertical, it's my hands working up close and personal. On the horizontal, you have my face and more of a bigger view of what's going on my desk. Both of them are available from my YouTube main page. So you can do whatever you feel like. It was just a little bit early and I hadn't really paid attention to things. I just like, yeah, let's go live. I hadn't even brushed my hair and now I did. On the way from, well, from here to, well, yeah, I just had to stretch my legs for a little bit. All good. But in case you are curious and you are on the vertical side and you haven't seen me before, the horizontal one, you get to see my face a little bit in a corner. It is hiding up in the corner. Oh. So there is options. Anyone else crocheting this early or late? Tracy, still here? Did you fall asleep? It is really nice to feel like I have company while I crochet, even though I am all by myself. Just the apartment is empty. But I know that there's someone out there keeping me company. I see plenty of hearts on my screen. Thank you, whoever you are, for showering my screen with hearts. Really appreciate that. They do make a difference. They do. Chatty chatters and hearts make a difference. Well, good morning, Stacy. I was like, I know Stacy does that. Could she be awake? How are you doing today? Were you waiting to see if I'd maybe guess that you were here? Because I could have. I definitely could have. It would have been an easy guess. Do you have any fun plans today? When I woke up, Andy was still alive, and well, when she wanted to wrap things up, people came to hang out over here for a bit. But I think most of the people that was hanging out with Andy has already fallen asleep by now. But it feels really nice that I could, provide a place for people to go when one person leaves. It's always nice that they have options to where to go next, right? We're actually getting a color change. We're getting the last color change now, right? It is the last color change on the red. From here on, it's only solid red. I will have to really think about this. Like, how many more rows can I do before I run out of yarn? But I already said it before. I'm most likely gonna feel like it's not big enough and want to get some solids of the red and black just to make it bigger. Raids are a great idea, they are. And Andy had not figured out the whole redirect thing, so she got to try that today and she figured it out and it worked and it was awesome. So in that way I was happy to be able to help her with that, kind of. To redirect, you need a place to redirect to. And it's a really good option to do that with, someone else that's live at the moment. I have redirected to my own videos at times, but people don't seem to read those anyway, so it doesn't really make a difference. You can't chat because you're supposed to be sorting the house for a property inspection. Property inspection? Are you like moving, selling, or something? Or do you have that on a regular basis? Inspections are usually just, when you're moving or if you think something is wrong. Not just willy-nilly. Well, I can always, keep you company in your ear while you'll do that. I can sit here and be chatty in your ear and you get some sorting done if you feel like doing that. You're renting, so they come and check the house every 6 months. That is, wow, that doesn't happen here. Yep, that is not a thing here. If I have some issues, I'll file a report and they'll come look at it. And then I get an inspection when I want to move. I get an inspection. But other than that, there's nothing. But are you renting like privately or something, I'm, renting from a company, which is pretty much the biggest company in the city where I'm at. I've never heard about like every 6 month inspections. They do put up notes in the staircase to like remind us of, oh, check your fire detectors, like check the batteries. But they would never come in and do that themselves even. And if there's like maintenance work that needs to be done on like the whole property and they need to access for certain reasons, they need to um, announce that in advance that they need to, get access to the apartment. The house isn't that bad, but you prefer it to look like a show home when they come. Private landlord. Yeah, I didn't know that that was a thing. You get several yearly checks for different things, boiler, electrics, etc. We don't do that. Like if I have issues with something, I just call them or put in a like online form request thing for issues. If it's an emergency, I'll call them and they have an emergency number for, when I had my bathroom, there was a clogged drain, whatever issues, yeah, everything was just flooding. They were here, within the hour, sorting some stuff out. Um, and if I have issues, I just let them know. They don't randomly just come in here. Never thought that that was a thing. No, that is new stuff to me. Of course, sometimes they're like, oh, we're refitting something something in every apartment. Like all apartments are getting upgraded something. It could be ventilation or, they do everything in house at once. Um, and they need access to all apartments for that reason because they're doing everything at once to be like efficient. But that's not an inspection or anything. So they're inspecting for, whatever your appliances, or is that the type of check they do, or are they checking to see like someone broke something, um you need to fix it? Like is it that type of inspection you need to, like if someone punches a hole in a wall or uh, other type of damages? They just check every room that everything is being used correctly. It just weird. Like I totally get that some people don't know how to use things, but to have your landlord a couple of times a year come and check that you're using things properly. Do they think people are stupid? I guess somewhere along the line people were stupid enough to use something wrongly for this to become a thing, would be my guess. But I have seen things being done so differently in different countries. So in a way, you know, that's what you guys are used to. There's the whole um, very different on squatters and like how you can use your apartment, or for like how eviction system works. The system is very different on over here compared to in other places. I don't know enough to, talk too much in detail about it. I just know it's different. Squatter's right or whatever, that's not a thing here. You know, if you've been somewhere long enough, there's a lot of differences. If you own a place and someone just takes possession of it, if they've been there long enough, that doesn't mean they can still be there. The eviction process is, I want to say it is a bit faster, but I don't know exactly. As I said, I don't know exactly how much. Yeah. Oh, not growing certain plants. And made sure you haven't done any changes without prior arrangement. People here usually don't do that much changes. Like, I'm allowed to repaint my whole apartment. I can paint it whatever color I want to, but it has to be as it was when I moved in, when I move out. So in case I decide to go like green on all walls instead of the white that it's currently at, I just have to repaint it back to white, or they're gonna get the painter here to repaint it before the next person moves in, and then they're just gonna send me the bill. And people usually don't do that much of a change to apartments unless they're like, I'm gonna live here forever. I can do the painting, and then whatever it's gonna cost me to fix it at some point, I'll take the cost of that. Because people are a bit, I'm not gonna repaint the whole place because it's my money. I'm not gonna live there forever. I'm just gonna leave it as it is. I'm gonna cope with the boring white colors. And then whenever I feel like I'm in a place where I'm going to be forever, then I might spend the money on it. You have to ask for anything, not even allowed to put a shelf up. Oh, I can do that. Like, I can put shelves up. The thing with, making holes in the wall, if there's too many holes in a wall, they will have to take the painter in to, like, plaster the whole wall. And that would be a cost to me. So if I make a lot of holes in a wall, I have to make sure that it, like, either fix it myself in a standard that is appropriate to, well, it should look like when it did when I moved in. This is a poncho gale, and there is no pattern. This is my own creation. At some point or another, I might make a pattern for it. I've been thinking about it. I'm just really bad at actually getting my own creations down on paper. I have plenty of things I should write the pattern for, and who knows, maybe I'll get a time to actually do that for this. If people ask me enough times, I might do it. But this is what it looks like at the moment. It is just a big square with a square hole in it. And I have yarn all over. But there's an opening for the neckline that is square. And now we are seeing the back of it. The back of it has these kind of squares going down the center. And then, well, it is square. It's a square poncho, so we have these peaks on 4 corners. The front of it has this line going down in the center, but it is reversible because, as you can tell, it's kind of the same on both sides. You do have a different color of the corners. Here we have a dark color corner, and on the other side we have the red to yellow corner. So that's the difference, as well as just this little detail on the center, and on the back it's the squares. So yeah, at some point this is going to be a wearable poncho, but I will most likely need some additional yarn because it does feel like it's not as big as I would like it to be. And since it's probably not going to be as big as I want it to be, I'm not going to wear as much as I probably would if I was really, really happy with it. So additional yarn is probably needed just to get a bigger size, because I like it to be big and snuggly. It is very drapey, and I'm using really thin yarn. Sultan cotton cakes from Hobie, or Cotton Kings Sultan. I don't know what the colors are, but I do have the tags, so I could pull them out. One of them is just white to black, and the other one is yellow to red. And I've been working them together the whole way through. So at this point now I am at the place where I switch colors. So I'm just going to pick up the other color. And I apparently didn't get all the strands on my hook over there, but I'm just going to switch the stitch marker over to make sure that yarn doesn't go anywhere. Thank you. Let's see, I am supposed to be working from behind on this row. Making sure that the color change goes the way it's supposed to, and that one is in front, so it's all good. But yeah, this could definitely be made into a blanket for sure. This is my first actual project working with this intermeshing or interlocking mosaic crochet, and I did do 2 swatches before I actually started this project, and one of the swatches was a square, so you could just do the square and continue with that. And in my case I just figured out like how many stitches was needed to make the neckline or the neck hole opening big enough to fit my head in it. So yeah, there's definitely an option to make it into a blanket. I didn't even think about that. I've only had it like, oh, it's poncho, 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 poncho. But indeed, making it into a blanket is probably the easier way, because that's actually what I did. You know, the beginning of it was just a square, so it would be a square blanket. I was calculating and mixing a little bit to consider doing more of a rectangular neckline for a bit, but I was like, yeah, no, that's overdoing it. I haven't never done this technique before. I'm not comfortable enough in how to figure that out. That felt like it was a bit too much of a next level, which I wasn't prepared to figure out. Stacy, are you the type of person that goes to do everything in one room at once, or do you go in between your rooms when you're cleaning and do like one thing at a time? So, you know, pick up all the things in all the rooms, and then you vacuum, and then you vacuum like all the rooms, and then you wash the floors in every room? Or are you more of like, you go into a room, you take that room, you clean up the stuff, you vacuum, and then you wipe the floors, and then you go to the next room and you do the same in there? You know, do everything in one room at once. I'm definitely the type of person that would be more of, you know, picking all the stuff up in all the rooms, vacuuming all the rooms, dusting all the rooms, you know, do that. But the whole picking up stuff and moving them into the right room, that's where I sidetrack. Because there's, you know, kids' toys, bringing them into a room, find laundry, you go and drop that off in the laundry basket, and you find something that's supposed to be in another room, and then you find something that's going to be in another room, and just kind of leaving a mess. Sometimes it feels like it looks worse after I've tried to start cleaning than it did before I started cleaning. And then all of a sudden I'm standing there sorting my spices into alphabetical order, or like sorting through my drawers with cutlery, or it's just, I am terrible at cleaning in that way. I can definitely be all over the place in my cleaning. So you're squirreling right now. My suggestion would be to, I have no idea what it looks like at your place right now. I don't know what you need to do. But where I usually try to start, and that's become a thing, that if I start there, the other stuff starts to kind of fall in place afterwards. But make sure my kitchen counter is clean from everything and wiped down. And then I go to the next sink, which is in my bathroom, and make sure that that is cleaned, as well as the toilet. When those things are done, things just feels like it's easier in some ways. But just the kitchen sink, to have it not just like get stuff off of it, but like really, I have a metal kitchen sink and countertop, but like make it almost shiny. And then when that's done, it's, I don't know, it just feels like everything else makes it easier. When you have you have everything all over and you run out of energy, I know the feeling. I did learn something from watching people clean. I watch people clean on, YouTube's for many years, just to see if I can find something that would work for me. But when you go into a room, have like a big empty basket with you. And then you put everything that doesn't belong in your room that you are currently in that basket. Instead of leaving the room to go and dump something off that doesn't belong in that room in another room where they're supposed to be, because then all of a sudden you're cleaning in that room instead of finishing the first room. But then you can take that basket and then you can sort that one into wherever they need to go. I don't do it as often anymore because it's never really that bad. But when it has been kind of, a lot of things that the kids has pulled out, like living room floor full of toys, I go and bring a basket and I put everything in there so I can just continue sorting out the living room until it is, stuff is back in its place, except whatever it doesn't belong in here. Because running back and forth with the toys, it just doesn't make sense. Even though, like, running back and forth is good exercise, but it drains a lot of energy, and then you don't have energy to actually finish what you started. You did most of it last night. That's good, though. You clean extremely well daily to keep on top of everything. Yeah, it kind of feels easier to do it that way. Oh, you do your craft in your bedroom? So your bedroom is always working mode and you have crafty stuff all over. Well, I have half of my living room. That is my crafty space. I do have half of the living room just, being living room with couch and TV and stuff, and that's usually the domain that kids claims. That's where toys end up. But I get it though. Like, I prefer to be in the living room, and the kids wants to be where I'm at, so it makes sense. Hiding all your filming equipment, because they would class that as working from home, which you're not allowed to do. Isn't that kind of a fairly quick thing to do, though. I probably could hide my stuff fairly easy. Then again, it's not really that obvious. Like a webcam, that is not, working from home, just owning a webcam. Everyone has a webcam. If you have a laptop, it's a built-in thing, right? So I would assume you don't have to hide everything. I have one ring light, and that one is, I could definitely say that, oh, but that's my desk light. I don't have that much lighting. It's my desk light. The only thing I would probably have to take down would be the mount that this camera that you're seeing here, which is also kind of visible on the horizontal, because yeah, it's kind of in view from the other camera that I have over there. So that mount, I guess I would have to move. Other than that, like I have a very basic setup here. It's just two cameras and yeah, one arm. You have like a studio. Fancy. I don't. I kind of wish I had more stuff, but then again, like, it feels like it's too much to invest into, and I'm kind of feel like this is a good setup as it is. Of course, there's definitely things I could improve, um, but I want to improve now, and I talked about that earlier this morning. Um, I have some issues with my computer, and I need probably to either switch out a few parts or pretty much just get a new computer, which is not in my budget as it is. But I'm trying to save to fix that. And since I am on my, shop my stash 2025 and not buying any yarn, whatever comes in from, super chats and donations and things from through YouTube, um, is going towards that, even though it's probably going to take forever. um, but I'm perfectly fine with that. As long as my computer doesn't die on me, because that means I probably can't stream until I figure that out. So there's that. You wouldn't need as much if you could go live directly through YouTube. Yeah, that's weird that you can't do that. I wonder why you can't. Because it's not like you have a low amount of subscribers or anything. I know that when I started live streaming, you had to change a setting in YouTube, and it took like 24 hours for them to like approve you going live. But I would assume that you'd have to do that to be able to do the live streams that you are doing. So that shouldn't be the thing, right? It says you need 50 subscribers. You have much more. Have you emailed them about that? Like support? I'm guessing no response yet. Yeah, I don't get that. Like, I've had different things happen on my YouTube journey with, Nightbot, StreamYard, trying to connect the things, um, accidentally like starting up new YouTube accounts because it wanted to, it couldn't connect, but yeah. So I know there's a lot of weird things that could happen. Like using one email to create a StreamYard account, but then you have another email account for the YouTube, and they don't automatically figure out that it's different emails and which one is what. But that doesn't make sense though, that you can't go live straight through YouTube. But sometimes stuff don't make sense. I should be able to get a few more rounds of each of these colors out before we're out of yarn. Since, well, we haven't even gotten to the last color change on the black, but we did get to the last color change of the red. And that is a, kind of a warning that we are getting closer to finished. But there's still plenty of more to go. As I mentioned, the outer solid part of these cakes are usually quite long. So no need to worry just yet. I often end up feeling like I'm playing Yarn Chicken way earlier than I should even consider to worry. Because it looks like there's not a lot of yarn left just because it's so thin. And then I can get a few more rows out of most cakes, especially for like shawls. That's what I've done most. And starting to play Yarn Chicken when you still have enough for like probably 3-4 rows. Maybe sometimes even more. Like, can I do more? Can I do more? Let's finish now. And then it's like, yeah, I probably could have done more, 2 or 3 more rows. It's been kind of funny how much of a chicken I can be at times. And at other times it's like, yeah, no, let's just keep going. Moonrose, what are you still doing awake? You're supposed to be sleeping. Really? Really? Why are you awake? Oh, that's so silly. Not expecting that. Definitely feels like more people are waking up now, though. Even though there's not that many people chatting, I do see that, the numbers are going up, so people are waking up. I see thumbs up are slowly creeping up as well. Thanks everyone for pressing some buttons while you're passing through. Don't blame me if you're tired tomorrow, Moonrose. I have no idea if you have a time that you need to be up. But clearly sleep is not in your cards at the moment, I'm guessing, since you're still here. At least you stop counting down your yawning. Kind of feels like we should have a color change soon, but looking at it, it's definitely still far away before we get to the color change on the black and gray one. It's over 20. Well, I can imagine it's over 20. You were like at 18 or so when you last messaged me, or at least the last message I saw that you had written. You kept yawning after being chatty in the chat. I really should check or like change the settings on Nightbot. Feels like it's too much chats from Nightbot when no one else is saying anything. He doesn't need to talk that much. Will I be making any more ducks this week? Maybe. Do you think I should make more ducks, David? To try and get my ducks in a row? You think I need ducks? And then I can throw them around and be like, what the duck? Or something. Stop ducking around. Well, technically I could make a duck at any time. And looking at the cookie yarn that I just, I was talking about earlier, I have some cookie leftovers. Should I make a cookie ducky? Your quackers already. Like, I'm not gonna open a new skein for it, but I could do a duck and cookie. So something in this yarn, but a different color. What colors do I have? If we're making another duck, but with that yarn, what do I have that could be enough of like yardage? I have enough of that one. I have enough of that one. That one's opened. I have some other yarns that I could use as well. That could be a duck. Would this be enough for a duck? I don't know. Throwing yarn on the floor. Okay, I have a lap full of yarn. That could be options to make a duck. I'm not sure this would be enough, but that's like pink and blue. We have a mess of golden and a black. We have this one, which is like pinks. There's some rust, purple, some grayish colors. That would be enough for sure. I have this one, like blues and reds and some pink. And we have blues and green. This is a different yarn, but that's also an option. So I definitely could make a duck. I just don't know. I should have enough of these. Like, that's actually quite some. I have no idea what color to make a beak with these though. And for sure the duck would be smaller. But there's options. I could make a duck of something like that. Should I make a duck right now? We could make a duck. If you're in the mood to go quackers. Just looking at what other options I have. Maybe a pastelly duck? I don't know how much that would, if that would be enough. And if you don't know what we're talking about, I made ducks the other day in this like plushy chenille yarn. So I have that one. And then I have a big ducky in a thicker like blanket yarn, I want to say that they call it. Like jumbo yarn, just the bulky or super bulky. So this is definitely thicker than the yarn that I just got out. So it will be more of a small, colorful version of a duck if I'd go for something like this, which is definitely doable. Like, I have been asked to make ducks. I just didn't know if the pattern was good, so that's why I tested the pattern out to see if I figured it out, and it worked. So making different sizes in different yarns definitely is a good idea. I just don't know what to do with all of this in front of me. Or if I have a solid yarn that could be good enough to use as a beak, because it feels like it would be a bit much to use anything but a solid for the beaks. I did have the fun colored beaks. There's little confetti things going on in the beaks that I used. But the yarn itself, or the body, is solid. And here we have some fun flecks, because that's how that yarn is. So making ducks in like these colorful yarns would, yeah, I would go for a solid color of the beak in that case. But I'm not sure where we're going with this. If I'm making a duck or if I am continuing to work on the poncho. It feels like the poncho is probably going to be finished within a day or so if I continue working on it. If I get sidetracked to make ducks all day, it's going to be a bit different. 3 different colors in one. I don't know how to pull that off in a way that would look good. I guess I could go for like the gold part in here to make a beak. So I do have that. I could make it like a yellow beak with whatever if I just took that from there. I used this to make, I want to say, a poncho for Mini-Me. I made scarves out of that one. This is yarn I got from Rita, leftover she didn't know what she wanted to do with. And I made like a hooded cowl for a big kid with this yarn. So there's some fun leftovers from different projects. I made like a shawl, or no, a hooded cowl shawl thing with this yarn. And I made a hexagon cardigan out of this one. One side, and the other side more of a tealish color. So it was like a split half and half. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm feeling ducky at the moment. This yarn is so much thinner also, so it's probably not going to be the most fun thing to look at since it's probably hard to see me work with it. I don't know. Not that difficult, but it's just a bit different. Let's throw you down on the floor for now, or not on the floor, but on the box. And get a few more stitches into this one, because I can. While we debate if anything else. Oh, you were wondering if I was asked to make more. Well, the thing is, I was asked to make ducks, and I haven't even showed that I made any ducks. And I don't know if those would be good to go, or if I should make different ones. Because it was me basically just testing the pattern more than anything. So maybe those could be good. But I'd probably have to make a few more. Either way. I'm not sure about the big one though, because it needs to travel and it might be too big for the suitcase. I don't know how much is going into the suitcase, so I might have to just make smaller ones for them to fit as well. But they were so fast to make with the thicker yarn. I would imagine them being fairly fast to make in a thinner yarn as well. It probably doesn't take that much of a difference in time. They will be smaller though in a thinner yarn, which clearly you can tell the difference just between the two I made. Same pattern, different yarn. Very big difference in size. Oops. Sometimes the yarn does want to split. I don't really have the issue with splitting that much, even though I'm using yarns that isn't even twisted together. It's just 4 strands next to each other. But it's definitely more of a technique thing than anything. I can sometimes have more issues with splitting in yarns that is twisted together. Hello, Rosie Posey. Good morning. How are you doing? Good to see you. Getting ready for work? Did you have a good night's sleep? Did you get morning coffee yet? What time is it for you now? It is 12:13 p.m. here now, so it's just lunchtime. Yeah, you try to not type, Moonrose. You can listen and fall asleep. Of course it's morning coffee. 7:13 a.m. Good. Morning coffee is good. I had morning coffee this morning. Well, it's nice to see that you're stopping by before you're going to work. And I hope you have a good day at work. I have no idea how long you're able to, just stay and listen in. So I might as well just say it now when I believe you're still able to listen, right? Oh, come on now. Squiggle in there. Thank you very much, Hook. Are you the type of person that, like, don't talk to me before I get my morning coffee? Some people are like that. Way more pleasant after morning coffee. Am I getting the last color change now? Yes, last color change of this whole project. Last color change, just trimming that little knot a bit. You're still drinking the coffee as you get ready and running around all hectic. Trying to find socks, only finding mismatched socks. Where did you put your something something from yesterday? Where's the jeans you intended to wear? Where's the car keys? Misplacing things? I don't know. Some people do that. Are you that type of person? Yeah, there's a big difference in this very solid black compared to here where we had this little bit of gray in here. Bingo! Where's the wallet? Where's the keys? The glasses? I don't know if you wear glasses, but sometimes they're just all over. Payday today. That is good. Are you going for special shopping? Are you getting something that you've been waiting for payday to get? Yeah, I'm also getting money today. The only thing I need to focus about is paying my bills. I am not planning on buying anything. Yes, the glasses too. Well, I am lucky now. Since I got new glasses, I actually got 2 pairs of glasses. So if I misplace one, I have the spare one or the extra one. I have these school teacher kind of vibe looking that I have right now. If you're on the horizontal, you do see my face and the glasses I'm wearing. The vertical, not so much. The vertical, you only see my hands. But there's 2 streams going at the same time on YouTube. And then I have the other ones that I don't know how to, I guess they're more of a pilot style type of thing. You're gonna tell us after you've gone shopping? Sounds good. I'm not gonna yell at you to go to bed anymore. you're you're an adult. You know if you should be sleeping. That's all on you. If you're not. I've tried to tuck you in several times now. You're so funny today, Moonrose. But I don't want to take the blame for you being tired tomorrow. Even though you're probably gonna blame me, and it's fine. But I'm not all the reason that you'd be tired tomorrow. 'Cause you could have just turned me off. Good morning, Lydia. You just woke up and you're getting yourself ready? Do you have morning coffee? I don't know if you drink coffee, Lydia. But it's nice to see you. Hope you're gonna have a great day at work. You drink soda and you do iced tea or ice water. Oh, that is nice. Do you live somewhere where it's like really warm, since you rather go for iced tea or ice water? Like, I'm not sure if I know where you're at, but it feels like you're in a more of a southern place to go for more of cooler drinks. My guess would have, been if you drink tea, maybe you'd be more of a colder place rather than the iced stuff. But not necessarily though. There's places where you drink coffee whatever temperature it is. So Nebraska, but Nebraska, is that high or low? I honestly don't know where that is on a map without looking. Nebraska is not a state mentioned very often here. Yeah, it's not giving me any like where-ish. But I want to say probably a smaller state, since I can't really place it. High in the middle. Okay. So you're further up north than my guess would be, with colder stuff, warmer temper, your iced tea. But you might have like nice and warm weather there. Either way, right? Since it is summer. You have, well, 12 degrees for me. Yeah, and that's kind of morning, so it's gonna get warmer, right? 53 degrees Fahrenheit. What do I have? Let's ask Nightbot about what my weather's like. See if Nightbot has anything interesting to say regarding my weather, because yeah, it's cloudy and sunny, and apparently it's gonna rain later. So I have a little bit warmer, but it's also like midday, or almost. It's 12:22 p.m. I have 60 degrees, or 16 for me. But it's windy here. Yeah, it is. I can tell. The leaves on the trees are moving quite some. It's usually not that bad on my balcony though, because the wind doesn't really go into my balcony. It's fairly shaded isn't the word, but I think you get what I mean. It's colder in Charlottetown, 49 degrees, 9 degrees Celsius. Yeah, it's definitely way windier here than you guys have. And the wind isn't really helping. Sue R. Mama Susu, good morning. It's your first time here? Well, I am happy to welcome you in. It's morning for you, so I would be guessing you are somewhere in the US. It is 12:23 p.m. I am in Sweden. So far away from most of you guys. Do you crochet? And how did you find me? That is always fun. It feels like, well, I've been getting more and more suggested to people these days. And more people seem to be finding me, which is awesome. But it's also a lot of fun to like hear how you found me. You just woke up. Are you still the type of person that's cuddling in bed before you get up and just browse YouTube for a bit before you get to the point where you get up? Because I do that. What type of things do you like to crochet? I am currently working on a poncho, which I call my lava poncho because it's inspired by lava. I do like volcanoes. You just looked up live videos to find someone to hang out with? That is awesome. Normally, this is not when you'd find me here. Well, then again, yeah, no, I could be on here at this hour from time to time. I do have my kids every other week, and this is, a kid-free week, so it's just me, myself, and I, and then I have more time to do fun things. I have been a bit busy these last few weeks with dentists and doctor's appointments and things, so I haven't had as much time as I could have had or would have wanted. So I'm here when I can, and you never really know. I'm very random in that way. It could always be worth keeping an eye out, and I might be here. You've been crocheting for over 30 years, but you like to make blankets. Do you have a favorite type of fiber or a favorite hook size? My default or my go-to is just yarn cakes in 1 or 2 weight yarn, cotton or cotton acrylic blends, like what I'm working with right now. That would be my default, but I do a lot of different things. This is a square poncho. What you're seeing here is just parts of it. And there's 2 cakes of yarn, one going from white through gray up to black, and the other cake is going from yellow through orange down to red. 5:26 a.m. in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I want to say that I kind of think I know where Iowa is on a map, but I'm not all sure. It feels more west-ish. West of middle, at least. I think. Yeah. Me and geography is some so-so, at least when it comes to like placing states on a map. Then again, I'm in Sweden. I was born here. I live here. I have been outside of Europe once. I've been on plenty of vacations within Europe, but I've been outside of Europe once, and that was a week of vacation in Egypt. So I've never been to the States. I've never been to like the UK either. Below Minnesota and beside Mississippi River. I can place Mississippi River on the map, Minnesota not so much, but I know where the Mississippi River or like the vicinity of, so I can place that or visualize it on a mental map. The other day I was making ducks in yarns that is thicker. I do have some of these like thicker yarns, but it's not my default type of yarn. It's very nice to meet you too. And it's fun to see new people popping in here. So occasionally I do amigurumis. I've been asked to make some ducks. I'm not sure these are the ducks that will be the final product. I might have to make some smaller ducks. But I do like thinner yarns like this. This is 4 strands not twisted together, 100% cotton yarn, which is probably one of my most used yarn. I have some cotton acrylic blends. They are twisted together, but they're pretty much the same thickness. So this is pretty much my default setting of yarn. I do like to do more intricate stuff. Since you mentioned blankets, I can just quickly reach over to get... I do have 2 baby blankets in 2 different sizes just behind me. One of the baby blankets, the smaller one, was made out of 1 cake, and the bigger one was made out of 2 cakes of these yarns. And I made them just to pretty much test how big of a blanket does 1 cake make versus 2 cakes. And for you to be able to see the details, I'm just going to scoot that to the side. So this is 1 cake baby blanket. Stacy is back! And Lydia's still here. Well, good morning, Spoon. Well, Or even, no, it's evening for you. Yeah, you weren't expecting me. No one was expecting me. But I've been here since, well, I've been here for almost 4 hours. Andy was live, and then she wanted to go to bed, and we have talked about like redirecting because she hadn't figured out how to do that. So I just went live so she could redirect for the funsies of it. 7:30 p.m. Yeah, time zones are confusing for sure. Thank you, Sue. So yeah, this is the type of blankets I do like to do. I do like the different intricate, stuff is happening in blankets like this. This pattern is made by Hooked on Sunshine, which is pretty much my default pattern designer for blankets. I do have a couple of more blankets that I found to be very enjoyable to make. But Hooked on Sunshine, I have done a couple of her blankets, and some of them I have actually done multiple times. You were watching a show because you're not used to seeing anyone live at this hours? No, that's understandable. Definitely understandable. Spoon, Hobie should have new sale stuff out now. It's Tuesday. So you might want to go and check out that for your last Hobie order if you're going to make a last Hobie order. Their new sale should be there. Spoon is in Japan, and Hobie has announced that they are no longer shipping to, what is it, Japan, Hong Kong, Australia, and New Zealand for cost reasons, I want to say. And yeah, you did want to check out and see if there's anything more interesting on the new sale. You did do a quick check before switching to your book of the evening. Oh, you mean you were checking on the YouTubes. You were waiting for the rest of the world to start their Tuesday. Well, it's usually they release the new sale around 9 o'clock in the morning my time, between 9 and 10. And now it's 12:30, so you should be safe. And Nick's baby blanket was made out of 2 cakes, starting with the center of one cake, going from the lighter to the darker, and then the next cake was going from the darker to the lighter. So same designer, but 2 cakes. So this is a bit bigger. It's a different pattern as well. But this, I do enjoy patterns that has all of this thing going on. It's simple enough and the patterns are well written. So yeah, I tend to do something like this kind of often. I do have a poncho that I'm working on simultaneously to everything else I'm working on. That is another variation of a blanket that I just didn't take the center. I omitted the center to make the space to put your head through to make a poncho. As well as I have made a bag out of a blanket pattern where I only use the center. Is that one close by? If you've been here very recently, you already know what I'm gonna show because I keep bragging about this. Because I can low-key brag about it. Where I put it, I don't know. Oh, there it is. I made it for a competition. So I participated in a competition called Hooker versus Hooker. And we got some key things we needed to do. We needed to make a floral themed accessory, and we needed to use one shade of each: blue, purple, yellow, and a neutral color of our own choosing. And in my case, that was this darker gray color. We have a baby blue, almost ice blue. So I made this round bag, which is actually the center of a blanket. So I took the blanket and just made the center twice and a strap to attach them together to make this bag. And I also was a little fun. I found a blue button and I used the yellow to make it kind of like, the center of a flower has some color. So just a little flower for detail, since it was floral themed, and if you didn't think this was floral enough, you get a flower. Kind of. But I did win hooker versus hooker with this bag. Therefore, I kind of feel like I need to show it, because the only thing you really win with winning hooker versus hooker is bragging rights. So I feel like I am allowed to at least brag a little bit about that. And Tracy says I love that. Really appreciate that. I don't remember if I used a 2 or a 2.2 millimeter crochet hook, but I did use a thin hook. I want to say 2 millimeter just because it's a bag. I want it to be sturdy. Thank you, Sue. Good night, Spoon. Nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by before bed. Yeah, she's not expecting people to be on at this time. It's usually pretty quiet on the YouTubes this time of day, especially, well, for her, it's evening. She's in Japan. US is barely waking up, and Europe is kind of awake, but I don't know. People might be working. Thank you, David. You guys are awesome with your kind words. I know I'm terrible at, taking compliments because it's just how I am. But I thank you. I can definitely say that. And I appreciate you guys. It's nice to see it's nice to see that so many of you have woken up now. Not sure if there's still people that hasn't gone to bed yet, but there might be. But at the moment, it feels like most of you are waking up now. Unless Moonrose is still lurking and counting her snores. No, not her snores, her yawns. I hope she managed to fall asleep. It really feels like I'm on the final stretch of this now, which makes me more and more encouraged to continue working on it. I still haven't figured out what I'm going to do with the hexagon cardigan from the dentist. Well, I'm not done at the dentist yet. There's still time to go and hang out there, so I will have that one to work on some more. For everyone that might be lurking and is new here, there is a short that I posted last week that my dentist helped me record. Her point of view when I'm at the dentist, I am crocheting as she's doing whatever she needs to do. And she thinks it's hilarious. I was there yesterday for a root canal, and one of her coworkers came in and saw me just crocheting away while my dentist was working. And she's like, that's amazing. I guess it's a rare sight to see someone crochet in the dentist chair. They see it in the, in the waiting room, but not in the actual chair. What states I'm using? Are we talking about the shades or what state? Oh, the stitch. So I am doing interlocking or intermeshing mosaic crochet, which is a type of mosaic crochet. And I'm only doing pretty much like a fillet. It's a double crochet, chain one, double crochet. And I'm only working black into black and red into red, but either like from behind or in front of the stitches. So it's kind of two meshes, and I'm alternating. So right now I'll be working with only this stitch in the front, and then go and chain one, and then for the next one I'm gonna just fish up the black from behind. So it is kind of making two separate fabrics, but like working them over each other or around each other to make this pattern. And I will be switching color over here because we're almost at the color switch. It is reversible, and as you can see, it kind of looks like a volcano. That's, you know, I picked the white going to black as a snow-covered mountain peak going through the grays, and then lava spilling out is like going from yellow to orange to red, because volcanoes are like that, or they can be. We have my little mini volcano here, which is reversible, so I have like this as well. But what happens with this intermeshing or interlocking crochet, I do have this on one side, and we do have the corners, in this case on this side being this yellow color. So this side has the lava just spilling out, sipping out. And when we switch it around to the other side, we will have the darker corner instead of the reddish corner. So that's the difference. But as you can tell, it's very, you know, it's the same. So it's reversible. There's no extra ends. Good morning, Suzanne. You saw the Hawaii volcano is active and you thought of me. And that would be Kilauea, right? And when I have this, you know, the solid line going down here, there will be a different design on the back. So this is creating these more of like squares. And that makes me think of temples, like Inca temples, which, you know, this is not what it's all about. It's my volcano. I just thought that was a cool, like, extra thing that happened. But I can choose whatever side I want, even though I would have liked it to be more of a difference so that it would be more like the red and orange and yellows on one side, and I'd flip it over and it'd be more of the darker or the black, gray, and white. But I had never used this technique before. I've done mosaic crochet, the overlay, but never interlocking or intermeshing, which made it more difficult for me to try and make the design for it, since I didn't have, you know, basic knowledge of how to read the patterns or like how to work the designs. I just watched some tutorials of the technique itself and tried to figure out something that would give me the vibes that I was looking for with the lava trickling down on one side. And that's as far as I got in the design. So I just went with it. And this is the final result of that. So it is my own creation in that way. It's like my pattern. But I don't know if I'm able to like write the pattern, because I don't even know how to read the pattern in this technique. I would guess there's some type of way to make a graph. But I don't know how to. Let's attach to the beginning of the row. Oh, get in there. Why am I getting stuck? No. Chain first. And now I'm switching from one yarn to the other. Thank you, Suzanne. How are you doing? Did you just wake up? Morning coffee time for you? Do you have any fun plans today? It seems like there's a lot of people waking up and getting ready to go to work. But at least morning coffee is involved for most of them, so that's good. You just woke up as well. Kind of expected. It's still early for most of you, so it would have been weird if all of you were up all night. getting tangled in to myself here. And plenty of thumbs up. You guys have been keeping up on that, by the looks of it. Thank you for that. And a friendly reminder to those that doesn't, or didn't already. I do also have both a horizontal and a vertical live stream going simultaneously here on the YouTubes. So if you do prefer the other view, some people do prefer the horizontal and some prefer the vertical. You can always switch over to the side you prefer. The option is there. That also might explain why I might be addressing people you don't see in the chat, because they are in the chat on the other side. And you can find your way to the other chat by just going into my YouTube main page. And both of the streams are available. The vertical one is, apparently YouTube calls it portrait mode. Did not know that, but I thought that was a cute thing that they renamed my stream and added portrait so that you know what type of view it has. And the vertical one is a lot more like up close, detailed, or zoomed in. But the horizontal has a lot bigger view of what's going on my bench, but also my face. In case you haven't seen my face or curious to what I look like, that is, well, it is on the horizontal. You get to see me. Another perk of being there. Not that it really makes a difference. It just feels like it's way too crowded to squeeze my face in on the vertical side. I tried to look at it and it just felt like it was a lot of things going on, because on the vertical you also have the chat taking up half of the screen. It also gives the option with the 2 live streams to give thumbs up on both sides, if you feel generous with thumbs up. And tonight I will be on panel over at Greenland Quilter Katie's with Andy and Chandra. And I have never met Chandra before. Andy is a fellow crocheter, and Katie, well, mainly she quilts, but she does crochet as well. So we're going to be hanging out together for the first time. It's going to be fun. And the plan is to do that panel once a month, to hang out together. So if you don't have enough of me already, you can always come and hang out over there later. It is still quite some time before that happens. I did post on my community tab. I shared that one so that you can find it easier if you haven't met Katie before and know how to find your way over there. That will also give you, whatever time that live stream is in your local time. So you don't have to figure out, convert my time to your time, which is kind of handy, that you just see live streams scheduled in your time zone, or, whatever time it is for you, to make things easier. But it would be awesome if some of you would just come over and say hi over there, if you can, and have the feeling or the vibe to come and hang out. I was sitting here earlier and be like, oh, I want to go and hang out on my balcony. The sun is here. I need to go and, just hang out outside. The wind is not encouraging, even though it's not that windy on my balcony. It's just not as warm when there's wind just blowing. But I see clouds passing all the time. And I'm not in the mood for clouds. Even though now would be probably prime time to hang out on my balcony, to be honest. Like, this is a good time to hang out there. Because the sun has passed the trees that shades my balcony in the morning. So between now, well, from, what is it? It's the next 3 hours-ish is good time for me to be on the balcony, and then there's no sun there anymore. Because it will be passing around the corner of the building, and it's back into shade again. But just looking at the windows, like, maybe not today anyway. I don't know. I'm just enjoying my time here crocheting. And I guess the fact that I'm seeing the end of the tunnel here with the, we have done the last color changes of the yarn. Now it's just the last sprint to the finish line. To be honest, that's how it feels now. We are so close and still so far away. There's plenty of meters of yarn left still, but I might finish this today. Like, literally, that's what I feel like I should do, so I can say that it's finished, or get to the point where I can, for sure say, is it too big? Is it big enough? Will I have to order more yarn? And then I'd have to wait for that to happen. Yeah. I'm not sure that will happen, but it might be. Hobby TV. Hello. Welcome in. What type of hobby can we see on your TV? Or is TVs your hobby? Do you like to take them apart? Or assemble them? Or what's the thing? As you can tell, I crochet. That is my hobby. It's my therapy. You have a crochet channel? Is that your main hobby? Or do you have an extra channel for crochet? What do you like to crochet? Do you have a favorite hook size or a favorite size of yarn or type of yarn? You do crochet and knit. I know how to knit. I don't like to knit, so therefore I don't knit. I very much like to crochet. My mom likes to knit. She does not crochet much. She's crocheted pot holders when I was younger. Like, I learned some from her on that part. She knits and I crochets. You've been crocheting for over 35 years and you're teaching others. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, people ask me to do tutorials. I'm just not good at it. I really much like to hang out like this and just interact with people. But I have plenty of projects and items like this one that is my own creation that I should write patterns for. I just don't take the time to do it. I feel more enjoyed with just making things, if that makes sense. What type of things do you like to do? Are you, wearables, or is it more toys, like amigurumis, stuffed animals? I did, the other day, I did ducks. And I'm probably gonna make some more ducks. So I have ducks, and I'm currently working on a poncho. I was showing here earlier some of the baby blankets that I've made. But I definitely prefer these like thinner yarns. The ducks is not something I do very, I do amigurumis. I just don't do them as often or as much. I did a jellyfish not too long ago. Where did I lose the jellyfish to? Oh, it's over here. I did that like a few days ago on a live stream. I did a couple of jellyfishes. Yeah, you go and enjoy your coffee, Sue, and I hope to see you here soon again. Lovely to meet new people. So yeah, I made this little jellyfish because I was kind of just swatching a yarn. I'd never used this yarn before. It's yarns that isn't easily available to me. I'm in Sweden, and I have been fortunate to be gifted some yarns from the US. And I want to say that this is a Karen coconut cake, which is very, I can't get that here. It needs to be shipped from the US. Because they, I probably could find somewhere that would sell them and ship them to Sweden, but it would cost a lot. So this was yarn that was gifted to me in an advent calendar that a dear friend of mine created. She also has a YouTube channel. So I did get a bunch of different US yarns, but I had never used this before. Yeah, Karen coconut cake. It has this like really weird fluff on it. So I had to try it because, what else could I do with this yarn? And I only had one cake. I want to make sure that I make something that, running out of yarn isn't an option when I can't get more of that yarn. So it just, yeah, that didn't really work out. And, figuring out what else could I do. But I do plenty of different things. Like there's hexagons, cardigans, there's blankets, bags. Not that many bags though. And ponchos has been a big thing recently. Everyone wants a poncho. This poncho is for me. My mini-me, my 5-year-old wanted a poncho, so I made one for her. I made 2 ponchos recently for Rita and her mother. And then they wanted another poncho in an in-between size because one was a smaller one and one was a bigger one. And now I'm going to make one that hopefully is in-between size. So ponchos is popular. I do like, the ducks as a little in-between project. And I could do them kind of fast on a live stream. Just like the jellyfishes. Also fairly quick makes, so you'd actually see me start and finish something in one live stream. Most of the time I do work on larger projects like this, so you get to be a part of the whole process from start to finish, kind of, but it just takes a long time. I started this April 1st, and I have been working on other things as well during this time. It would definitely have been finished faster if this was the only thing had been worked on. But like the new hexagon cardigan that I work on at the dentist, that one was started like last week at the dentist. No, maybe the week before. But yeah, I started a hexagon cardigan just for the fact to have something, working on when I'm at the dentist. And I did, with the help of my dentist, make a short last week. So you can always check that out if you want to see what my dentist sees when I'm at the dentist. It's kind of funny. And it did get quite good of, attention-ish. A lot of people have seen it. And I love the fact that it got so many likes. It put a smile on my dentist's face. She was like, the first thing she said when I came through her door yesterday, it's like, did it get any views? Like, yeah, no, it's one of my best shorts ever. It definitely got views and likes. And she's like, yes, so happy. Just because she thinks it's cool that I crochet while she's, drilling away or whatever she's been doing. And I guess not everyone can do that, so I do get that she thought it was cool, since it's a rare thing. Can you crochet without looking? Just, crochet and walk. Or crochet and watch TV. Because I know not everyone can do that, but that's a good start. That's where I started. And now I can crochet and at the dentist with my eyes closed. There's only one time I sneak peek, and that's when I get to the corner that has, my row change. I have to attach from one row to the next. Starting new row. I do sneak peek because those little annoying slip stitches, well, I need to look to make those. You can't crochet at the dentist with your eyes closed? Yeah, I don't think a lot of people can, but also, have you ever tried? Not everyone has even thought of the idea, and therefore they haven't tried. So it's kind of fun to give you the idea, and maybe you'll try it, and maybe it's gonna work for you. Please show the shape of the poncho. Let's show a little bit of the shape of this. So we have one corner here, and there's 4 exactly the same corners. So this is just on an angle. I'm just going to put a stitch marker so it's not pulling out. So we do have this as an option. You can have that draped down on the front if you want that, and then you'd have a peak at the back as well as on each shoulder, because we do have a square neckline. But you could also switch it around to where you'd have more of a square in the front and the back, and then you'd have the peaks going down in a different, well, it's this type of shape that when I see this, I feel more like Western movies. It feels like I see more of the square. Maybe it's more ruanas or, over the shoulder blankets kind of thing. Wraps, not blankets. So there's this two ways to wear it. Either square like this, or on the, diagonal. Which, yeah, that's what I think this would be. This to me is diagonal, because I get this more of the V shape in front and the back, of course. But I do think wearing it the way I would prefer to wear it, which would be more squared off like this, not the peak going down in the front and the center, it might be small. If I would wear it more as the peak going down the center, like this, or in the front, I think it would feel more of a, right size. So I am not sure, but there's my feeling right now is that I probably will have to order more yarn at some point. And the feeling is if and when, or if for some reason I don't have a birthday, so maybe for Christmas I'll have some Christmas yarn, or Christmas money for yarn type of thing. I don't have any celebrations that would be, expected in that way. You like how the increases at the corners have different seam patterns? Yeah, and on the other side you have like the opposite. You have the yellow going down to red on one side, and on the other side it's the white going down to the black on the corner. And in the center you have this like flowy straight line, and on the back you have more of like squares that reminds me of pyramids. And there was one time when I cut the yarn because I made a mistake, and instead of frogging I just cut the yarn and sorted it out. So I have one extra yarn tail to deal with, but that was my own mistake, and it felt like the quickest fix to not frog a whole row. Even though I don't like sewing, it was the better option to me. Since these rows now take so much time, well, so much, but it takes some time to get a whole round. I don't know how many rounds we've done now. Is it 4th round we're on? Or is it more? No, it's got to be more. But I've been here for over 4 hours. And they definitely take some time now. So I didn't feel like frogging, well, probably like 40 minutes worth of crochet when I could just cut the yarn, fix a little bit, and carry on. And then I just have to sew in 2 extra yarn tails at the end. Instead of 2 yarn ends for each cake, that would be 4 strands, and then another 2. So 6 strands of yarn. I think I can cope with that. It's not like making granny squares and having 10 yarn ends to hide on each square, changing color every row and whatnot. It's just because I don't like sewing. I definitely appreciate the look of, color changing every row on some projects. It's just, if you have the energy and time or enjoy sewing, good for you. Not me. This is way more enjoyable than sewing yarn tails. How did I figure out how to get the zigzag look? It kind of just happened in how this pattern kind of works out. Since I wanted it to look like lava flowing, I needed to have it continuously attaching at the same time. Every row, there's the corners, there will be a stitch increase for each row. And here up at the top, let's see, maybe it makes more sense like this. So this is the center of the square, and I wanted to have something that, since the yarn, or the lava floats, let's go for the flows. The ones that starts up here, they continuously move down, right? But if I had the continuously move, like those continued flows going next to the corner here, there would be new ones created as I went down. But I wanted it to be so that it looks like the lava is continuing, so it's like keep getting fed from at the top instead of just new ones created to make like just V's. Therefore, I decided to make this continued line, so that one looks like it's feeding the new little rivers that is created along this center. So even though like the increase of the pattern itself, or like the increase happens on the corners, the flows are just, it looks like they continue along the corners and that the increase happens in the center, which isn't the case. But that's just how it looks with the pattern. It feels like it's, you know, more and more coming from the center, or it stems from the center. So the zigzag is just, yeah, it just happens. I don't know how more to explain it, but that's the thought process that went through how I ended up here. There's probably a lot of things that I'm missing out on, where, you know, but it just felt like when lava is flowing, there's something feeding it, and making it just V-shaped wouldn't make sense. Like, how would the lava just appear out here? So the feeding main flood canal had to happen somehow. Thank you, guys. So it was just like inspiration from nature. Even though it is not even close to how the lava spreads in nature, because that just, whenever it flows and it goes wherever it wants to. Branches out so much in different ways and directions, and, you know, going downhill, finding ground that is just lower, and it can travel far, fast, but just spread out. And this definitely looks way more geometrical, or yeah, and thought through, not as random as nature makes things look. But it's still inspiration, you know, inspired by lava, colors picked from lava. And it's turning out to be really cool. Just the black and red over here. Like, I love the contrasts here. Definitely a neat finish. It's gonna be fun to try it on later. I actually haven't really tried it on. I did plenty of roseback. But I have not really tried it on. I want to say, yeah, I've only tried it on streams as well. Like, I haven't even tried it when it's been off stream. Oh, You can probably barely see, but there's a little bit left of the black. And what do we have left of the red? Maybe I should just like look to see how much I have. I want to say this row and another row should be what I have for the red. Fingers crossed. That's what I feel right now. Fingers crossed that I have enough to make. Yeah, I should have enough for this row and another one of red. Do I have 2 rows of black? It kind of feels, you know, not theoretically, but what would be another good word? I did start with yellow up at the top because I wanted it to start with the lava, because the lava is, you know, spilling over the brim or the edge of the crater down. So preferably I would like it to end on black, since it started on the yellow, which would be the red cake. I think that would be the preferred look, because when the lava flows far enough, it cools down, and then there's still mountainside. So it doesn't necessarily, you know, run all the way down the mountainside or volcano crater or such. So I would prefer it to end on black. Then again, if I have to order more yarn at some point, I can always adjust it then. But we're gonna go as far as possible for now and then try it on. It makes sense though. Yeah, these cakes do definitely not want to keep their shape. They've been in and out of the bag, and the bag's been out and about. They are a bit all over the place. Totally get that they don't want to stand up. I'm just gonna try and keep them from tangling too much. Yarn tangles are never fun. I am not the type of person that enjoys untangling yarn. There's people that would pay to untangle other people's yarn. I think that's hilarious, and I would not have the patience to do that. But there's people out there that do it. To offer untangle yarn and then send it back neatly, either caked or hanged or something, just, you know, untangled. There's something for everyone out there, and there's someone for everything, apparently. I have definitely appreciated help when there's been really bad tangles. When I've had really bad tangles, I've had some help from people that like to do it, or is at least better at problem solving, or just untying messes like that. That also has better patience to deal with it. You don't mind yarn tangles, but you try hard to avoid them? Yeah, same. For sure, same. I try to avoid them. If I don't need, yeah, very much agree to that. With these types of cakes also, it's kind of easy to know when to expect a tangle and how to deal with them. But also, I know that there might be tangles when I'm getting closer to the end. And if I see that there's a big risk of that, I can always kind of rewind it or like make a ball out of it before it gets to that point. In this case, I don't feel like I need to, but there's been times where the cakes just didn't want to be playing nice, and it was easier to tame it before it became a big mess. Sometimes you just need to take preventative actions to avoid the tangles. Take a couple of extra minutes to not get yourself in a bad situation. Just like I like to pull out some yarn out of the cakes. So I have, I pull out quite some in between here instead of pulling straight out of the cake. Because when I pull out and I pull straight upwards, that will create less of a tangle as well. Because when I pull the yarn straight up, it's not catching on that much to the yarn next to it and won't really get any extra out at the same time. You've been bad. You just bought a lot of metal model kits on Temu. Is it a lot of PE? You gonna tease Marcus? Did you get yourself a black pearl? Does Temu have a lot of good metal kits? Is that your go-to to get your models? All the questions at once here. Totally get that when it comes to scale models and all the different materials, some people seem to prefer the different, metal or wood or plastic, and some just go all over the place. Would that be kind of the equivalent for us, like yarny people? Like, do we like cotton, acrylic, wool, or a mix of all? Like that kind of translates to a very similar thing. I am very much for cotton, acrylic, or blends thereof, and not so much for like wools and animal fibers due to allergies. And that kind of feels a bit the same with Marcus. He's allergic to PE, right? And that's metal. There were several sailing ships, but you picked several cars and a train set. Okay, so no black pearl. So instead of working on your parachute shawl scarf, you are now shopping for model kits on Temu. I guess you needed a break, and it's very understandable. You own plastic and balsa. That's balsa wood, right? Wood models. I have a wood kit of a motorcycle that I won in a giveaway. I have not opened that. I felt like if I'm gonna make that model on panel or anything, it would be on, where I want it, and that's at Sprue and Glues. So I could definitely work on it, but I'd have to be on panel on his channel, because that makes most sense. Also, I don't know if I'm any good at scale model building at all. I know how to build Lego and read Lego manuals, but a wooden motorcycle, I have no idea if I could pull that together. You wish you could do that stitch, you never tried anything like it. You're talking about what I am doing? It isn't as tricky as it looks. It was a bit tricky to start it and kind of wrap my head around what I'm supposed to be doing. But it isn't as tricky as it looks. It's double crochets and chains. It's just working in front of and behind and working into a row below. Hmm. Oh, sorry, I bumped you guys again. Maybe I can get 2 more rows. Okay, now I'm me and Yarn Chicken. You're hearing my intrusive thoughts already. The anxiety is speaking out loud here, but I think I can pull off 2 more rows of the red. I just recently said that I think, whatever row I was on and 1 more row, I think there might be 2 more rows of the red. Uh, yeah, I'm way early with the Yarn Chicken thoughts. I'll just continue. I can't help myself, but I have to just laugh at how silly it sounds. I could just make it fairly easy. Put the yarn on the scale, see how much it is, make 1 row, and then put it back on a scale and see how much I used and how much I have left, and see how much more I'd probably be able to squeeze out of it. So there's ways to figure it out. I just, yeah. You know you're not good at things, but you'd like to give most things a good go. Well, it's good to challenge yourself. You challenge yourself with different things. I challenge myself for different patterns, different yarns, different, you know. It's a good way to figure out what you like, what you don't like, how to improve your skills. Testing new things can definitely be a good thing. And who knows, you might find something you're really, really good at that you thought you were not going to be able to do. It's looking really, really nice with this dark next to the light. Yeah, I am really happy about how this is turning out. Better than I expected. Besides the point of it might be small or on the smaller side of what I was hoping. Maybe if I block it though, maybe I should block it and see how it turns out. That could be a game changer. It might be bigger. But I do like it as it is now because it's kind of fairly thick with the layers on top of each other. And if I block it, I might stretch out some of the fluffiness. It's like kind of pillowy. It's not dense in any way since it's two different fabrics intertwined. So it gives it a nice, good, cushiony feel. And it's nice and stretchy and yeah, I think it's maybe one that I'm not gonna block. Maybe a little bit for possibly straightening out edges if it's not feeling as square as I want it, or like if the points are too pointy and I want to even it out a little bit to actually make it more square and not, you know, with stars the points are more pointy. Um, if it feels like the edge isn't as straight or like the points are too pointy, then yeah, I might just try and balance that out with blocking. But I'm not sure I'll need to. Also something worth thinking about. Finishing edge. I'm just seeing something that might be tricky because I don't want it to be ugly down here. Oh, speaking of, I almost made the mistake that was the reason for me cutting the yarn in the past. I need to make sure that the black yarn is on the right side of the red when I close the red up, Because what I almost did there was leaving the black behind, which would have created a red join there. And I need the black to be in front to continue the pattern. So I need to flip that up over before I join. But I have done that mistake a couple of times and had to frog. But there was a time where I was like, nope, no more frogging. Cut the yarn instead and be happy. So now I have the black in front, but I also need to get the red back in front again so that it will continue to create the continued flow on the front. Move that to the side. How many more rows I think I can do? Well, at the moment I think I can squeeze 2 more reds out, and hopefully I can squeeze 2 more black rows out. But I'm really not sure. And in some way I feel like, you know, I need to try it on. I need to figure out how to end it. Do I need to get more yarn? I don't know. But at least I'm gonna do my best to finish this today. Whether it's on stream or off stream, I don't know. But I kind of feel like I'm so close to finish to as far as I can without ordering more yarn that I want to do it now. I don't think I can just pick something else up and work on something else, because this is my own hair. Yay! You got the bingo card out? I have my own hair in my work again. No, but I just feel like if I finish this today, I have one more thing that's actually finished and I can carry on to work on my other projects. And hope to finish something else soon. But yeah, by the look of this, the small amount of yarn I have, for sure, I don't need that many more hours to figure out if it's going to be a decent size and how to finish it off. But the whole edge thing or ending part, I hadn't even thought of that. But there's things I might need to take a step back and calculate and figure out so that it looks okay. Because I had not thought about how the pattern will be ending in a good way. If that makes sense, I don't know. It's just because this center part, like if I just leave it like this, there will be too dark on one side, kind of not anchored. But also in this way, like I could have 3 red in a row, not anchored. So I need to figure out how to make it look good there. Final Japan order from Hobie placed. You're back. What did you get? Is it a surprise? Will you let me know? I am very curious. And whatever points you had left, have you used them up? Because I know you messaged them being like, whatever points you still have left, can you use them for, give them away or something? You converted your Hobie account to a US account and you think you sent an order to your US address. You didn't get anything exciting? That's no good. Then again, I would think anything you got was exciting because, yeah, you're getting things that I can't always play around with the woolly stuff and whatnot. But how could you place an order and think that nothing is exciting? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Every time you place an order and use the points, you get more points. It's a never-ending cycle. Unless you only make an order for points and actually pay for the shipping, and then you don't have any points left. But then you have to pay for shipping. And then the cycle ends. That's the only way to break it. But on the plus side, US order our minimum of $50 for free shipping, and Japan was $100 for free shipping. I did not know that. I thought it was like $90 for free shipping or something to the US. That could be a limited thing that they're doing 50. Because from time to time, Sweden has free shipping for all orders over like, is it 14-ish dollars? But most of the time, I want to say it's 70. Unless they're doing or like over 99 crowns, that's like $10. It's been a bit up and down and back and forth with that, how much the free shipping limit is. There's absolutely no point in paying $15 shipping to use your points when that is yarn money. I do agree. It was more for breaking the cycle. It is 49 US minimum, or maybe it's something they're doing now with this change. Yeah, it could be just a temporary thing, because I don't think that's always the case. But they do have, for a limited amount of time, free shipping for a lower order value, just to get people excited. Or the people that can't get the bigger orders in, that they get a chance for free shipping. Fingers crossed your account conversion sticks and your account doesn't get deleted. That's the thing though. I don't know how that works with their accounts, or like how different they are, because I can log in on the Swedish one, which is .se, but I can also log in to the .com version, and I can access the patterns written in English. But I can't access, like, there's different patterns available for different areas or in different languages, and some of the US, like all the patterns on the Swedish side are written in Swedish, and I don't really like that, so I do prefer to download patterns on the English side, because I get the English, like often US terms pattern. But I do see my points are still the same. The prices are in euro, I never order on there, but I can put stuff in my basket over there, and then I go back over to the other side and the stuff is in my basket. I don't know how that works since I can access both sides. It just makes no sense in a way, so that you guys have separate accounts for the different pages. Like to me, I have one account, but I can access it on the different sides. Or was there like Hobie dot, what is it, AU for Australia or NZ for New Zealand? Like I thought it was everything was just .com for everyone globally. I know that there's the Swedish site, I know that there's the Danish site, and I know it's probably a German one as well as the just .com English language site. I thought it was more of a like, no, what language is the whole site written in? I don't know. You used the VPN and changed everywhere on your account you had Japan, you changed it to the US. Because that's the thing also. When I play Hobby Bingo, you just go into the app and it says what region you're at and you switch the region and then you can play Hobby Bingo in a different region. Even though it's not the region you're in, you just have to change that in one setting. Yeah, nothing makes sense to me. I just wish they had added the option of you actually get to pay the shipping. You could still do the orders, but you'd actually have to pay the whatever shipping price it is, and it's up to you whether you want to make the order or not. Just because it's not yarn that is available, or yeah, some people just can't get that type of yarn wherever they're at. So I think that's more sad than anything. For the people that do love these thinner cotton yarns. Oh, my hair. It's just harder for people to find. And by the sound of it, there's a lot of people that normally would order from those regions. Because there's so many people being really sad over this and making their final orders. And it's not small numbers when they're like, oh, I ordered this and that amount. Sounds good, Spoon. Night, night. I'll see you another day. You're an early bird, so I know 8:47 might not sound late, but for you it is, because you're up like really early. Ungodly hours. Dan Ballinger. Hello, hello. You crochet too? That is awesome. Where are you at, and what do you like to crochet? You'll keep update on the Hobie Gate. Sounds good. It has definitely sparked, people talking about it on the YouTubes and stuff. Videos and... You're in England, so it's not that early for you. Lunchtime? Yeah, it's lunchtime for you. I am 1 hour ahead of you. It is almost 2 o'clock. I'm in Sweden. And I am working on a poncho, and I call it my lava poncho because of, well, the color and the inspiration to make this poncho. So it kind of is supposed to, well, I got the inspiration from think about a snow-covered mountain. We have a snow-covered mountain, and the lava is like trickling down. We have snow going down to like the darker side of the hill, down to black. That's the mountain. And then we have the yellow lava, and as it cools down, it goes from the yellows to orange to the reds. It is a square poncho, so it does have 4 corners that looks like this. And I'm getting closer to finish. Like, I don't have that much yarn left. I used 2 of these cake yarns, So we're on a finishing stretch here. I don't know how many more rounds I can get out of each cake, but I'll finish this today, on or off stream. That is definitely in the books for me today. I am just not sure exactly how I'm gonna finish it to make the edge look good. So there might be some extra thinking, but I also need to try it because there's a little bit of a is it big enough kind of thought in my head. And if it's not big enough, I will at some point or another in the future order more of just the black and the red in the solid form, because that is options as well. But I have a little bit of a limitation, more of a kind of a goal to only shop my stash for 2025 and not purchase any yarn unless it is for specific reasons. Like if I get commissioned to make something and I don't have yarn for that, I'd have to purchase yarn for that to be able to, deal with an order. Or if I get like, well, my birthday has already been, but for Christmas I might get a gift card or so that is for yarn. Then that is allowed to use, or well, yeah, specific money. Someone be like, oh, here, you get this as a gift, go buy yarn. I'm not gonna say no to that. I am allowed to buy yarn for possibly if I'm really, really close to finish a project and I can't finish it without more yarn, I might add that, or like I might get yarn. Depends on totally what the project is. Some of my projects, they can just go back up on the shelf until I have energy and time to finish them, and that could be, it just has to wait until 2026 when I can order yarn for it. As gifts for other people, like a birthday present to someone, I'd buy a birthday present for someone. I might as well buy yarn if that's what they like. So that is also like an exception to the rule. I did participate in a competition recently, and the yarn that was needed for that competition was not, well, I couldn't do that with the yarn I had, so I had to order yarn for that. Which I didn't know. I did sign up for the competition before Christmas or, before New Year's, before I decided to do like Shop My Stash 2025. So I could not prepare in any way for whatever that was. And I did find out what the project I was going to be doing for the competition, like the month before. So you can't plan ahead in ways like that. So I had to deal with that when it happened, right? But to as much as possible, I'm just going to try and not buy yarn this year and use what I have and work with that. So I don't think buying yarn to make this bigger is in my books. Even though I technically could, because it's buy yarn to finish a project. But it could be big enough as it is. I just have to try and see what it looks like. And it has grown quite some since I tried it on. So it might be fine. I just like to have bigger things to, just get all snuggly and cozy in. Good afternoon, Stina. How are you doing? Good to see you. What are you working on today? Are you busy just working, or do you get to crochet any? I've made some nice progress. I know. And it's going to be finished today. I am on a roll now. This steam train is going to finish town tonight. Or today. On or off stream, I don't know. I've been here streaming for 5 hours. I don't know if anyone wants to still be here, and I don't know. It's probably another 2 hours or so before I am finished with this. Maybe. Because there's some thinking, some trying, some pondering to do, and how to get the edge nicely finished. So I don't know exactly how much time that's going to take me. I might just have to put it down, think about it, and revisit in a few hours or so when I get that far. Been driving mom around this morning. Oh, you're over there now? You're in Denmark with your mom. How long are you staying this time? And when did you get there? I've totally missed out. You're traveling home tomorrow. Wednesday to Wednesday? Well, that's a good amount of time, right? Is she feeling better this time and not just in the hospital all the week? Well, since you're driving around, I'm assuming she's not in the hospital today, at least. I found a really weird dude doing a lot of lives these days. Is a Canadian dude. He started a few days ago. He flew in from Canada to Tromsø, Norway, with his bicycle. He left his bicycle there, and he's been hitchhiking down, well, first a bit in Norway and down through Sweden. He found someone that could take him like half the distance down, like past Sundsvall to Stockholm. And he stopped to eat surströmming, which is fermented herring, somewhere along the line. And then he got a little bit out of Stockholm, and then he found someone to get him down to Malmö yesterday. So he started this morning in Malmö, and he's gonna try and get him. Well, I don't know how far he's at. I know he's streaming right now. Um, but through Denmark down, his final destination is Rotterdam for TwitchCon. So he's streaming all of this both on YouTube and on Twitch. And it's just so fun to see a crazy Canadian just decide to hitchhike that distance with a time limit because he wants to be at TwitchCon when that starts. Or yeah, just thinking about the fact that you're kind of almost driving that distance, but not. You're driving home tomorrow. You want to pick up a hitchhiker? I have no idea how far he's been getting by the time it's time for him to, or well, you're leaving if you're leaving tomorrow. Yeah, it's definitely crazy. But he's streaming all the way through, so I don't know, maybe you can pick him up on the way down because you have some distance to cover. You're going kind of that direction. I don't know how far it is from where you live down to Rotterdam, but yeah. Mm, you're flying. That's sad though. It could have been fun. You could have been like making your way over to Twitch, then you'd start streaming over there and get famous. It's crazy though. He's got like 1,000 people in his chat over at Twitch at any time of the day. It's kind of fun to watch actually. I was hoping that he'd pass my town, but he didn't. He took another. He went another route. It could have been fun. Indeed, it could have been. She's not super fit, but yeah, she's going through chemo. Of course, she's not going to be super fit. I'm just happy she's not in the hospital and you can spend some actual time together. A lot more quality in that type of time. It's very interesting to see. So I have the two live streams going, one horizontal and one vertical at the same time. When I started this morning, the vertical live stream was having a lot of views. There was a lot of people there. The chat over there was popping. But that has trickled down to barely any watchers. But at the same time, I started on the horizontal with like barely any people hanging out. And it's been going up and going up and going up ever since. So it's like, I don't know, vertical is the way to go early, which is like late night US time. And now when Europe is waking up and maybe like morning coffee for the US people, the horizontal is the place to be. I don't know. It's interesting to look at the analytics part of things as I am live. I usually don't do that, but I'm just, glancing over to see the difference and try and figure out how many people might still be here. You're no, you don't know where you're at, but you're on your phone. You're on the horizontal. And currently you're pretty much the only one talking, so it's not like you're missing out on the chat on the other side. You would know because I would be addressing someone else as well. And you'd easily figure that out. Suzanne is still here. Suzanne is the early bird. Oh yeah, you won't be able to stream since you're in Denmark. Are you gonna make up for that another day though? Like after you get home? You get home tomorrow, it's Wednesday. Is Thursday a holiday for you in Denmark? 'Cause that's a holiday in Sweden. It's considered a Sunday and everything's closed. Like Sweden and Denmark are really close, but we do have some different holidays and some differences in that. Thursday is a holiday. Oh, you have plans with your partner? Do you have any fun plans? Or just spending time? You're making fastidious and precious? Precise? I have never heard of that. Acrylic alpaca blend. That is yarn I would never be able to play with because it's alpaca. But I have never heard about that shawl. Who's the designer, or like where can you find the pattern? Because I... Very hairy yarn from Bag O Day? Or Bag O Day pattern? The yarn is very hairy and the pattern from Bag O Day is my guess on that. No plans, just assuming. Oh, Bag O Day pattern. So it's a video tutorial. You had changed, but you had plans, but they changed. Darn it! Why is words not wording? Me being me. Frustration when words are not wording. It's been a lot of that today. tongue getting caught on words and stuff. Well, I'll be streaming, but not here. Later today. Um, this evening my time, which is like 10:30 p.m. for me. I'll be on panel over with Greenland quilter Katie. There is a link to that panel in my community tab. So if you want to come and say hi and it's not too late or early or something, that's where I'll be with Andy, the crafty witch, and Chandra, which I have never met. 12 row repeat. So you have to look at the tutorial a lot. 12 row repeat. Yeah, I would imagine you'd have to check in on what to do from time to time. Definitely. Kind of like when I do the blankets, they are repeater patterns, but reading the pattern is needed. Sometimes it's just, refreshing your mind to what is the next row and then kind of already knowing what to do. Just making sure to not miss a row more than anything. Squiggle, squiggle. Get the hook in. It's always a little bit tricky with the first stitch after the corner because it's kind of wanting to hide underneath from previous corner. It's always slightly hidden, so that one is a tricky one. And then it's usually smooth sailing for the rest of the stitches. All tangled up in these labels. Don't really need them anymore. Unless there's, for figuring out what color they are. But other than that, yeah, the labels are very not useful anymore. They are kind of in the way. Color number 2 and 39, if anyone's curious, of the Sultan cakes. They will be archived into my collection of labels that is spread out all over in bags. I did have a plan at some point in the past. I did a, count of how many yarn balls or, that I had used. And I know I recorded that and I posted it on like February 15th some years ago. And my plan was to do like the same video a year later, which didn't happen. But I kept collecting them, so I still have whatever, I don't know, am I 2 years later, still haven't figured it out yet, and I have plenty more labels to count. I don't even know if I'll bother to do it, or if I'm just gonna get them all out throw them all out and start a new collection from a certain date and actually know, but I know all the labels I have is from whatever I did that video. It's just so many more. It's like, how many yarn labels have I used within, I don't know, last 2 years, 3 years? Feels a little bit too much now. Feels like it's a bit too late to do that video. It still could be interesting. I just don't know if it's as interesting. Suzanne, what color is that yarn? You said you were working with the acrylic alpaca, but you never mentioned a color. Is it for yourself, or is it a gift, or you're selling it, or what's the plan for this shawl? Black yarn is always fun to play with, right? Teals and olives, self-striping. Ooh, that's a fun combination. I would love that combination for sure. Need to stretch a little bit. It's been not that many stretches since I sat down. I've been here for a while. Ooh. I have weird candies. I have like the weirdest candies ever. I have, well, we call them Ferrari cars. They look like little cars, like Ferrari cars. And normally they're like red raspberries. This is more like an orangey one with rhubarb flavor. It doesn't really taste like rhubarb to me. They were okay, but not my favorite. But the weirdest thing I ever found is this one. They're supposed to taste like strawberry cake, strawberry cream cake. So these white ones that I still have a few of, they're cream, and then there was pink ones that was more like a strawberry flavor. So I have cream flavored little squishy jelly, squishy sugary jelly stuff. They are delicious though. Mystery yarns are always fun. I like mystery yarn. 500 grams, that's quite some good amount of yarn. Strawberry rhubarb porridge. I like strawberries, I like rhubarb, and I would make it into a pie with, you know, crumbly top. Yeah, crumb cake or like crumb pie. I would not make it into a porridge because I don't like porridge. Bagode did a box opening with the yarn a while back, and she got 4 different color balls. The yarn was inexpensive. Well, that's... I haven't seen that. I have barely watched any of her videos in quite some time. It was a nice recipe? Good. Looking at what I have here in the center right now, I would be okay with ending like this, um, with the two center double crochets next to each other, because there's a little bit of a gap here. There will be a little bit of a gap on the back as well. I would prefer the two of them, compared to what it was with the previous row with the three double crochets next to each other, because that's kind of a messy thing. But the next red is one front, one back, one front, one back. So that would be better to end with that. However, I would prefer to end on a black row. Ooh, tricky. Very tricky to try and figure out how to end this. When I like the look of the black as the last color, but I also like the pattern with the red. Mm. Decisions, decisions, decisions. And also, how much yarn do I have left? How big is it going to be? All of the questions that needs answering. And when will I be satisfied? And feel like it's a good note to end it on. You're really getting a good, like, how is a day in my life right now? I just sit here and crochet. The only difference is that I'm talking to you guys instead of just listening to something myself. It's not much different. I might be snacking more. I guess that's a difference. But besides that, it's not that different, to be honest. I've been here for quite a few hours just crocheting, and that's what I would normally do when I don't take some time to do the adulting things that's needed to be done, you know? Cleaning, foods. I usually don't spend that many hours on other things every day, though. And the whole discussion about me getting some time on the balcony, spending some time in the sun where it's nice and warm, that discussion happens in my head on a daily basis when I see sun outside. Do I end up on the balcony? Not that often. Not as often as I should. Not as often as I probably wanted to. So don't feel bad that you are keeping me here instead of me going out and getting some sun or anything, because yeah, you've just been hearing my inner monologues just being shared with you instead of me talking to myself here, to be honest. Just like oh, I probably should go get something to eat. 2 hours later, still haven't gotten anything to eat. Also, me a regular day. April 19th. She's opening the yarns that you're using. The yarn is near at the end of the video. Oh, cool. So did you actually got it from Bag O Day? It's not just the same yarn that she's using? Did you win or... I know she's selling mystery boxes as well. Or she has been, at least. I know she posted some, like, a really, really big amount of yarn, and then people were talking about that the shipping was ridiculous. But that's what it costs to ship a lot of yarn. So it wasn't really that weird. The yarn's from Herstner's. Yep, okay. So you just got the same colors. Is there anyone here that has tried Bag O Day's new yarn, like her own yarn line? I don't remember what the name was. But yeah, she just recently released some of her own yarn. It does look like a soft yarn. I don't know. There's something about the shine to that yarn that makes me feel like it might be one of them yarns that I feel like is a squeaky yarn. Maybe at some point in time ever, I'll be able to try it if I'm lucky, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. I am curious though to what that yarn would be like. They look pretty, but I have no idea how they are. Because with her having tried so many different yarns, and she's done a lot of, squeezing yarn with all the mystery boxes and bags and things that she has tried over the years. I would imagine she'd go for like really, a good quality yarn. And that she might be a little bit picky on what she would use to put her name on it to make sure that it's a good quality yarn. You're still here, Tracy? Awesome. Crocheting away, I hope. No, that's not where we're going. We're going here. I definitely have more red for another row, but I am starting to worry about the black. But I already said it. I am chickening out here. That's just how I am. Post arrived, so you took the opportunity to make a coffee. Well, that's a good opportunity. Did you get some fun post? Some love letters? No, I'm just kidding. Models from Temu would not arrive yet. You just ordered them, so you're probably gonna have a wait, I don't know, 2 weeks minimum before you get that. Love letters, you wish. Don't we all? It's always nice to get some appreciation. But yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be love letters. Okay, so I'm at the beginning slash end. I will have enough to go one more row of red and one more row of black. I would have enough for probably 2 rows of red, but I want to end on black. So I think that's what I'm doing. But well, where would that end us? Maybe in a good spot? Even though this next red row would be a better closure. Hmm. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Well, at least one more row of red. And after that, I will be probably make a final decision, I think. If I can come to a decision at this point. I might not be able to make a decision. I want to say I can, but we shall see. And there we go. Possibly the last row of red. Possibly. Not 100% decided yet, but it's possibly the last row of bread. Me making up my mind is apparently not a very common thing. Oh wow. What would you do, guys? Like, are you as indecisive as I am? Or is it just me? Do you have any tips and tricks of how to decide things and not just sit here and not get anywhere? Do I have spare black to make a 1 to 2 inch fringe around the edge? No. No. Me and fringe is not friends. And fringe would need a lot of yarn. But I am not the fringe. Like, I've done a fringe on a shawl, never again. It took forever, and it definitely eats a lot more yarn than you'd imagine. I don't have enough yarn for that. But it's also not my friend. I made a video of how I made the fringe. I've actually made a poncho for Mini-Me with a fringe, and then I made a shawl with a fringe. Not my friends. Fringes also gets tangled into everything all the time. Can be very annoying. I can appreciate the look on the right type of garment, but it's not a me thing. Hello, Barbara. How are you doing today? Good to see you. It's been a little while since I saw you. What are you up to? You're just waking up, having cappuccino before taking the dogs out and feeding the dogs and the rabbits. Well, that sounds like a good morning. Some coffee is always good in the morning. You got rabbits? Is it the type of rabbits that you can comb them and save the fur and spin your own yarn type of rabbits? Next level self-sufficiency or whatnot, or no well, you'd be independent if you could comb your rabbits every day and spin your own yarn and then make your own clothes out of your rabbit fur. There's people doing that. Self-sustaining maybe would be the right word. Yes. Me and words. Words are not wording. Lion head rabbits that belongs to your grandkids. That doesn't say a lot to me. I don't know enough about rabbits, but lion heads sounds like they might have a fluffy mane-esque type of thing, maybe? But maybe not enough to comb them and save the fur. Just pets, but they have a mane. Okay, that's cool. It would make sense with the lion in the name, that they have some type of resemblance to a lion. Do you have any fun plans for today? After you've done, feeding the animals and all of that fun stuff. Morning chores. Just doing laundry? Waiting for a call about an apartment? Ooh, are you looking to move? So you're just gonna be watching YouTube and taking it easy today? Are you gonna play some with yarn? I hope that call about the apartment turns out to what you want it to turn out to. Like, I could end it on this row because it really is, you know, one of each, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. This is as good of an end as I would get, but I really would like to have black as the last color. Don't know how this is gonna be. Too nervous about the apartment to think. Oh, to think about making something yarny. And okay, so they have just tied a knot here because there was a little bit of a, it's not a color changing knot, but it's a knot. I guess the red, or one of the reds ran out. Just trimming that down. Do you want to tell us about the apartment you're waiting for a call about? Bigger, smaller, better location, better neighborhood? Why are you apartment shopping? Sounds very interesting though. So if it's got you so nervous that you can't even yarn, then sounds like you might be excited for that apartment. You can always pet the yarn. You can huggle and snuggle it. Just like some people say that, oh, you need to just get out in nature, find your new, you know, breathe and touch grass. Like, calm down. But we can huggle and snuggle yarn and kind of get the same reaction. Yarny therapy. It is great. A very nice form of therapy. It's small, but will be yours as you live with your daughter and her family right now. So that would be just a place for yourself and not with your daughter and her family. Oh, you stored your yarn somewhere else at the moment in a storage unit, and getting a place of your own, you could get all the yarn out. That would be exciting. Is it close to where you live now, so you still have, you know, can visit your daughter and her family? I do like the sound of this, that, you know, get a place of your own where you can play with your yarn. And you're expecting a call today? Or you're just hoping that it's going to be today and not tomorrow or something? Because, yeah, I know the feeling of just waiting for a call. And maybe it's going to be today, maybe it's going to be tomorrow. I hate that feeling when you don't know. I am too curious. I want to know now, now, now. Impatiently waiting is not what I'm good at. Well, yeah, fingers crossed sooner rather than later. 100% agree to that. I really would like it to end on black, but at the moment I'm just feeling like this could be the last row due to how the pattern is. It is frustrating in a way, but it does have a better ending or a better edge ending on this row. Mm. Unless I do something totally different. But what would that be? But these rows takes forever, so I have some time to figure out what I want to do. It's just the center here that messes things up. It would be perfect to end on this row compared to the other rows. Unless I totally do something different, but I don't know what that would be. Single crochets all the way around or something, but that just doesn't make sense either. Because I didn't do that at the beginning. Like if I had done something like that at the beginning, it would make more sense. But the beginning is just a chain row. And I would like it to be this close type of thing that it is up there, and that's what I have on this row. Frustration. Just because I had, envisioned ending on black. Sleep on it, maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe. It's a good idea. I need to try it on either way. To see if it's actually even something to consider, or if I have to get more yarn to make it bigger. Because that's still a risk. I don't think so though. I think I'll just have to make do with what it is. Unless it feels really, really small and I'm like, I'm never gonna wear it. Because then I have to think about it again. Well, I can tell you that much. I did not expect this one to be like finished today when I started this morning. Or, yeah, I was kind of thinking about doing other things on the stream today, but clearly this is what we were doing. And how about a friendly reminder to remember them thumbs up? Thank you very much. That just sounds so weird. I'm so not used to it. People usually, remember to thumbs up, not me remembering to remind you to do it if you haven't already done it. Occasionally I do it, it feels weird. Little bit of an itch. Nice to see so many people in here now. Even though you guys are quiet, I know you're there and I appreciate your company. Some people might feel like it's strange to have strangers watching from afar. Since I don't know who's lurking in the scrap basket, I guess I could say that I have just strangers staring at me from afar. And I'm fine with that. Not at all in a creepy way or anything. It's just, yeah, it could sound kind of creepy. People lurking in the shadows. And here's little me in Sweden just working away on my crocheted poncho. Strangers in the Night. No, you're not gonna sing it? Is that a song? I don't think I've heard it. Strangers in the Night. Who made it, if it's a song? Or like, who's singing it? Maybe I'll know it if I have another, Frank Sinatra. Okay, no, that makes no sense. I don't remember any of his songs by heart. Not the type of music I grew up listening to. I'm far too young to remember the good old days. Well, I grew up listening to music from the good old days because that's what my parents listened to. So I might not remember it, but I definitely have a good taste in music. I might not remember that would Frank Sinatra is something we'd call, well, he's a småsångare, which is like a butter singer. Like he's trying to butter people up. Um, he's just, yeah, not the type of person that would be. Yeah, it's not the music I grew up with. I grew up with like more rock music, CZ Top, um, plenty of Creedence Clearwater Revival. There's just a lot of different rocky type of musics that my dad used to play, and my mom listened to other things. So I am very mixed in what I like to listen to. Um, but I am really good at guessing intros to songs. For some reason, that's just something I've became good at over the years. There's even been times where people are just like playing intro after intro to see how long it takes for me to guess the song or the artist. And there's been some really fun reactions to that. It's not something that happens very often. Like, I can't say that I'm the best at it, but I'm really good. Not as much with music these days. Old rock music, old school music, yes. 70s, 80s music, 90s music, yes. I'm pretty good. When it comes to newer stuff, I'm definitely not as good. But like anything up to the 90s, I'm pretty spot on most of the time of the songs that people are like playing for me. There was a song in the US, a game show. Oh, name that tune. I probably could have done something fun with that. Like there's we have that on radio here where they play 5 intros and you can just call in and get a chance to guess. And I'm very spot on most of the time, but there's a lot of like newer music. So I would miss out on that, but I'm never I would never feel like up for playing because I know that when you're put on spot like that, you're just gonna fail. But with radio usually playing more new music and I'm not good at it, it's just I don't think I have as good of a chance as when I kind of get to pick the decade or the genre or such. Wooden HMS Victory. HMS. That sounds like a boat. Would be my guess. You are making a boat. Are you painting it or is it going to be like all wood color? You grew up with 50s to 70s music? I just got to listen to a lot of music with my dad, especially in the car. He had a bunch of mixtapes in the car. It was awesome. There's a generation now that has no idea what a mixtape is, how cassette players work, floppy disks, just CDs, phones, home phones with cords, especially the spirally cords. I know all of this. I'm not that young. I the old school phone. My dad used to have these old school phone with the spinny dialy disc for, dialing phone numbers on. Kids these days, they have no idea how to figure out how to work them. They could never use those. My dad had one of them spinny disc phones. I don't know what to call them, but I think you guys get it. And he had an extension cord and then another extension cord, so he could walk around his whole house without switching phones. But that cord was all over. He'd really, yeah, it was all over. He was just walking around in the house with that one. '80s and onward got to bit mumbo jumbo for your liking. Yeah, kids can see the old stuff in the museums these days. Teflon phones? I just remember my dad walking around with that one. He literally took it everywhere. And he had on purpose put, because he built his house. There was purposely fully built one of them phone sockets in the wall close to the bathroom so he could, get it, he could use it in there too. Hello, Dorothy. Hello, hello. Are you doing today? Good to see you. I am doing pretty good. Think this might be the last row of this poncho, but I'm not sure because I am so much second guessing myself. It's not even funny. I would love it to end on a black row, but for the pattern, it kind of feels like a red row is more reasonable to make it make sense. I'm also short on yarn. I'm not sure if it's big enough. I might have to order more yarn at another time. Maybe next year. Um, but there's just so many things to decide and debate with this poncho today. Hello, Breezy. Good morning. Good to see you. So the people that I might referring to and you might not see them in chat, it's because I have a horizontal and a vertical live stream going at the same time. So if you feel like you're missing out on conversation, they're in the other chat, and you feel free to watch from whatever view you prefer. The option is there for both horizontal and vertical. On the vertical, you get more of an up close and personal thing. You see my hands moving, very, up close, zoomed in. And on the horizontal, you get to see my whole desk, also including my face, if you're curious to see what the face behind the voice looks like. You can head over there. It's all found from my main page. You have an interview this morning? You got here early, so you hopped on to hang out in the YouTubes for a bit? Ooh. Well, I hope your interview turns out good. We have things people are, waiting for things to happen today. You have an interview to go to, and then we have a phone call for a possible apartment that we're waiting for. Not me, but there's, people are waiting for things to happen today. Try the poncho on at the end of this row. Yeah, sounds like a good plan. The vertical is easier on your phone. Exactly. I totally get that. That's one of the reasons that I decided to use both the vertical and the horizontal, because people do prefer different. And I just want everyone to, get the best experience according to what they prefer. I am just happy that you want to hang out. And the least I can do is try to, make an effort. And with that, I have to press a button. Some people think it's slightly confusing with the chat that I'm talking to someone that they don't see. So I guess that's probably the only thing I've heard as a downside to doing the multiple streams. but I try to um work that out as good as I can from my part of things. Yeah, it's definitely better to be early for an interview than to rush in last minute. Barbara finished feeding the animals, had to take care of a hedgehog too. Ooh, hedgehogs are cute. They might be not the best cuddle friends, but they are cute. You don't like to be late, so you got to go early? Well, at least being in time for your interview is also something that's going to make a good impression that you're on time, and yeah, people appreciate that. Have you checked what they do just in case they ask you? Are you talking about for the interview? What the business is doing? Yeah, some positions you actually don't really need to know much if you're like, yeah. I get that that could be maybe not something you'd necessarily need to know, but definitely good to know. I agree. If you're applying for a position that you have, totally different experience to the actual business because you might be working with like the financial part of things, the admin stuff, you might not necessarily need to know how to build a car, for example, if you're only there to handle the paychecks. You have 15 years of experience? Well, then I would say you're in a good spot for being, a possible new addition to their team, whatever they're doing. Sounds good. Oh, I see so many hearts flying across my screen. I really appreciate that. Oh my god, we are so much on the final stretch for this row. Then it's gonna be try on and figure out if it's good enough. We might be finished here like really soon. You had to give Megan your Congo African Grey a cookie. So I would say that that is your Congo African Grey might be a parrot or a bird, and she's called Megan, and you gave her a cookie. Am I correct in that guess? Thank you, Dorothy. She says, I have beautiful colors. They are beautiful colors. We're going from these yellows and whites down to the grays and oranges, all the way down to this red and black. It's a parrot. So I was right. It's a bird. And she's called Megan. And she likes cookies. It's almost like Polly wants a cracker, but Megan wants a cookie. It just doesn't rhyme as well. Oh, you're lucky getting an interview by knowing someone on the company. That is also a good thing because then they can put in a good word for you and even a better chance. So if you get this job, would you have, long driving or like commute time back and forth to work? I hope it's not terrible. It's always a good idea to research a company because you want to know about where you're going to be working. Exactly. It might be a place where you just rather not be working. Hopefully, it's going to be a place where you enjoy it. Not too far of a drive, that's good. This is actually the last corner that I'm just getting myself up to here. And then I have half a row until we get to the middle where I have my start and stop for each row. David, did you ever ask if you're painting that wooden model or if it's just going to be a wood color? I'm not sure. You might not have heard that I asked. Or maybe I missed out on what your answer was because I'm busy crocheting. Just like Suzanne, she's crocheting and trying to follow chat and she got confused. So am I. We're all slightly confused here. So we fit perfectly together. And you're excited to see me try the poncho? Well, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. The only thing is that you might not be able to hear me. Well, I have to take my headset off to get it over my head. But I'll figure the whole sound thing out as we go on that. Nope, I got some tangles here. You plan to paint it to cover all your mistakes. Well, that's one way of looking at things. Yeah, I hope everyone has a good day as well, Dorothy, as well as you, for sure. It is 3:16 p.m. and I've been here hanging out pretty much all day. And people has woken up with me, and there's people that's gone to bed with me. "9:16, so you're still, well, you're awake, but did you get some morning coffee? Did I ask you if you had some morning coffee before that interview of yours? The only downside of trying this is I know I'm going to create a tangly mess just because the yarn's still attached, and the yarns are kind of just, well, slightly at risk of tangle very easy, with them just being kind of flat cakes. So let's hope I don't make that big of a tangly mess here. But I'm not going to cut the yarn until I've finally decided of what we're doing. Just because I had a vision of ending on black doesn't necessarily mean that we're doing that, so I am happy with this row being the last row. So if I feel like I need more yarn, I might still have the same edge ending. that's that many more stitches. Not many stitches. And then we're gonna do a try and see what it looks like. Dress me up like a Barbie doll time. Show and tell. You're gonna get coffee after. That also works. As long as you're the type of person that actually functions without coffee and not being the one that's like, don't talk to me before I have my coffee, or you're in trouble. Because some people are definitely like that, very grumpy in the morning before they get their first coffee. And as long as you're not that type of person, your interview should be fine. Red edge for a volcano sounds better, you think? Maybe. Well, either way, we are here. I'm just gonna connect this yarn here, and I'll be putting a stitch marker in there. I will now play around with a little bit of tech stuff. We're doing this. So peekaboo, everyone on the vertical, this is my face. If you didn't already know, now you know how I look or what I look like. And I will be trying this on. I should probably get rid of this thicker thing that I have on my just fleece. And I'm gonna take the headset off just so that I can get it on, and I'll mute myself just because of unwanted noises. So I'll be quiet while I just put it on. And apparently I managed to throw the hook on the floor as I did that. Oh. And now I'm tangling myself in the yarn, but I don't want to have the hook go missing underneath the box because it was a box underneath. So let's see. What does this look like? There's so many things here. I'm going to move things to the side so I can move the chair to the side over here, which makes things a lot easier so that I can hopefully not tangle myself too much, get a bit of yarn out and then back up. So wait, like this. So just having it with the peak down at the front, maybe like this. This is what I have. This is the length. And I do have one of the peaks going down the side of my arm, the other on the other arm, and then some in the back. I kind of feel like this is a bit short, to be honest. This is a little small for my liking, I think, and that's kind of what I was guessing and thinking. So let's do, because this is probably more how I would wear it. Let's, like so-ish. It's kind of hard to tell what it looks like, because, yeah, I think I need more yarn, to be honest. It kind of feels a bit small. But that's just me thing. Yep. It does look great though. It definitely looks great and it feels good. And it's, yeah. Maybe if I blocked it and got a little bit more length out of it, stretch it out a little bit, but I don't think that's enough. Hello, Linda. Thank you. Yeah, it is really, it's nice. It's nice and squishy. Like, it's really a squishy fabric. It looks awesome. I am happy. But it's small. 2026. That's when we're gonna finish it. When I have, ended my shop my stash. So I will be using this up, and I'll be putting some yarn in my cart at some point, and in time at some point. Yes, but not now. I am not allowed to buy more yarn now. Not at the moment, at least. Oh well. I'm fine with that. At least we're this far. And yeah. All good, all good. So what are you guys up to now? There's a few people that is starting to get busy. It's 3:24 p.m. here. I've been here for 6.5 hours. I would say it's probably time for me to take a break, or at least from YouTube. I will be back here later this evening, 10:30 p.m. my time. On my community tab, there is a link. I have linked the panel I'll be joining with Greenland Quilter Katie. I want to say Greenland Quilter is her channel name. And I'll be there with Andy, the Crafty Witch, and Chandra. I want to say that's her name. I'm sorry if that's incorrect, but I have never met her. It's going to be fun to meet some new people. It's going to be fun to just hang out and crochet and do something else for once. It's something totally different and new for me, so I hope you guys are, come over and hang out and maybe meet some new friends. Because I'm really looking forward to it. For sure. And thanks everyone for all the thumbs up and just for hanging out with me. It's been awesome for all of these hours. It's been fun. It's always fun. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. I would definitely not be here if I wasn't enjoying it. Which I do, a lot. But sometimes I let my anxiety get the better of me. So I need to get better at that and not battle with my demons. I hope to see you guys over at Katie's tonight. I don't know when I'm be live streaming next. I actually don't have any plans, which means maybe tomorrow. Who knows? I don't have the kids this week, so there's definitely an opportunity to do so. Yeah, I could do that. Maybe I will. But for now, I love you all. Mwah! It's been fun. It's been awesome. I hope to see you guys soon. Yeah, thank you for just hanging out as well, David. Yeah. I just keep rambling. I always do that. Bye-bye!